think everything's set up pretty good. Hey. Can you guys hear me okay? Are we chilling? Something's a little funky, so I'm checking it to see if anything's amiss. But it looks fine. So we should be solid. Nash, hello. Lauren, hello. Cloudy, you're definitely not first, and neither is Chef. Y'all two giga late. No. No, you're not late, but yeah, Nash and Lauren beat both of you guys. But hello, good to see you. Cloudy, bro, I didn't know you're streaming on Twitch, dude. I found out after your stream. I was like, oh, he said he's streaming on Twitch. I'm guessing you're doing that because of copyright? Be right back. Just realized I made coffee and I didn't stir anything. So everything's at the bottom and everything is bitter at the top. Not how I like my stuffs. I'm not late. Y'all just are early. That's all it really is. Let's be honest. Okay. Welcome back. If you guys don't know what today is Saturday, and on Saturdays we have Hero Huddles. What this is me going over your replay of your games and seeing how we can improve as a whole. Feel free to ask questions and all that extra good stuff. If you guys don't know where to put your replays, make sure you put them in my Discord. There is a free replay tab. Put the replays there, and we'll be moving. Next week will be season 6 Friday. So that means that two things can happen. I can have it early next week, and we would do it on another day, which I don't really want to do that. So we most likely will just have all the replays erased, because obviously we can't watch them after the new season. So just keep that in mind for you guys. You may not be able to get through all of them. However, I could probably do maybe a video or something with a couple. Who knows? Who knows? But I'll try to get through as many today as I can because it's going to be reset next week anyway. All right, let's get started. Let's get into it. Hope you guys are having a great day. Hope you guys are having a great weekend. And yeah. I'm not third. Nobody else called first. First belongs to whoever claims it. Is that how that goes? Is that how that goes? Don't worry, Chaos. Usually that happens. People will start winning and skyrocketing in rank, and then they'll hit a wall. That just means you're plateauing. It's not like a bad thing. All right. Let's get in here. Let's get in here. All right. First up, we got Nash. Actually, we'll do. We'll do fourth side, because fourth side has never had a replay done by us before. I don't think ever. So we'll do them. They're also a member as well. As you guys know, members do have prio. All right, so they said, it's really short, so I'm not going to share my screen on this one. I'll be done by the time this loads. It says, I don't like playing dive comp unless there's communication for coordination. I believe I may have lost due to lack of damage and ult timings. Looking for any critiques to improve my gameplay. All right. I don't usually play with comms, even when I play a dive character or if the team comp is dive. Basically, the best thing you can do if you're not using your comms is to understand what the team is doing at all given moments and then try to play your best around that. I always say it's easier to play around others than it is for them to play around you. So if you are ever playing in that situation, just take a look at like what they're doing and you should be able to react accordingly. Poison, hello, hello. Season 6 means we finally get those Adam nerfs. Hello? Cloudy? Are you, what? What are you talking about? Is there something I should know? Do we need Adam nerfs, bro? I don't think we need Adam nerfs, big dog. It probably isn't even with me. I know I make mistakes. In fact, a lot too, but these teammates are butt. Yeah, that means you're hitting your plateau. Teammates never really make you lose when you're smurfing, you know? There are certain games, but it's not a consistency. Like realistically, climbing is about just being able to carry those moments. It sucks, but you have to step on people to climb up. And if you feel like you're not able to step anymore because something isn't really working, then that means you're hitting your plateau. Or you can blame EOMM like a lot of players usually do, even though it doesn't exist. Either way, whatever floats your boat. Whatever floats your boat. Okay, let's see. I forgot the name. Your name is Foresight in here? Do you have the right game? Or am I blind? Don't think this is the right game. Definitely not the right game. Does this skin always play music when you skate? I would assume this is the right game, but I think they changed their name. 300-hour Luna? Dude, that's nothing. Get out of here with that. Since I'm not sure, because the name isn't the same, I'm just going to skip it. And then if they come in here, remind me. And I'll do it. We'll do Nash's. Because that's what we were going to do previously anyway. Boom. Boom. Bop. What? It wasn't there. What do you mean boomer vision? Literally, it wasn't there. Literally, it was not there. What was I supposed to actually do? Just trolling me for no reason, Nash. All right. So here's what Nash says. Nash says, I've been waiting to learn other takes than Mag. Since he's the one more people like to fill to. Really? Do you guys see Mag people fill to Mag more often than not? I started with group on defense, and overall things felt pretty good. I was experimenting a little with his ult, so a few of those were duds for sure. Not as bad as some of the ones I've seen, I'm sure. My read on the fight was the enemy tanks tend to overextend, and my walls were being effective enough for me to keep Groot for offense. It was slower going and felt like we didn't have as much damage this round. Once the team got wiped, we never really regrouped or rallied. My attempts to stall enough to stabilize didn't work. The support starting to ask for peel, of course, even though there was no dive. Of course. And after the game, Storm advised me to swap next time my character isn't working. I'd like some advice on the good and the bad of this game and what I could have changed. All right. Let's see. Everyone's still focused on DD and Invis that Adam's just sliding under the radar. Trust me, I'm gold one. Cloudy, you're stupid, dog. I do think people are like I do think people are what is the word? Where you're what, what's what's the word? You know when something's overrated. Okay. I do think Invisible Woman is overrated. Like I think people are like hanging on to that a little bit too much. She's not as good as people think she is. She's good, but it's not like a brainless good. And I think people are confusing good with brainless good. And if you're not good on Invis, it doesn't really matter what buff she gets. You suck. It's different if it was like Rocket that got a buff because realistically the skill floor is very low. But Invisible Woman has a really high skill floor. And even if you just play it, you're probably not going to do well regardless. So I think she's a little overrated at the moment. Fourth, we were going to do your replay, but your name wasn't there. Did you have a different username? Where do you send your links? What you talking about? Poor Adam catching strays. I just feel like the default tank for a lot of people. I guess maybe you're right. You're doing a pretty good job just holding them off. Somebody's behind. I like what you did there. So even though you did wall up, just use cover like normal. In a higher rank, they would break that wall pretty quickly. So just keep that in mind. I actually think you took away some of their DPS though. I think some of the DPS got KO'd, right? Yeah. Oh no, he was there. Oh no, he just got KO'd. But just because you have a wall doesn't mean it won't break instantly. So make sure you just, even if you're doing that, just tank on a wall. I think that was really good though. A lot of group players think that, oh, well, I'll just hide the big wall, and that's that. It's like there's a time and place to hide the wall and use the wall. This was a great usage of the wall because you're being pushed in. So I really like that. Honestly, this looks like they don't really know what to do against the Groot. Didn't I always tell you guys, like, Groot only really works when people don't know what they're doing? He's a pain, don't get me wrong. Good sidestep. Doing pretty good, not really much to say. You overextend a little bit, but I think it's just because, you know, you're still getting used to Groot. Your healers could have still saw you from right here. You're not out of their sight line. I'm not saying take cover way back here. If you're standing right here and your healers can see you, they should still be able to see you from here, no? You don't have to go all the way back there. You're chilling. You're chilling. If you want, you could also go to the right. Considering the way that they were pushing you, maybe to the right would have been a better option so that less people see you, but just a little sidestep. Okay, let's see. I was gonna comment that I really, really like that you didn't turn around. But you gotta think like, do I leave? So this is one of those situations where it's like you gamble and say, well, maybe, or you just take the L and just get KO'd. If we were really thinking that we're gonna get run over here, we should have backed off. Like as that was happening, just leave. But I think you noticed that you were getting healed, so you didn't trip. But then after that landed, it's kind of like the fight's over now. You're not going to be able to really do much, though. But what you were doing in general, I really do like. Because, yeah, you're not really supposed to turn around. I wouldn't have wasted that ult, though. That fight was already lost. That right there wasn't really a Groot ult problem. That was just, we didn't notice the fight was lost. Maybe we did, and we just fired it off thinking that we'd get the KO, but that fight was done for. In a situation like that, when the fight is over, just walk into them and get KO'd as fast as possible. Same thing. You don't really need to be super in the point. I know you're trying to sit and stall it, but you could kind of just teeter-totter here. So that way you're not dead smack dab in the center. But the fight was lost anyway. Like I said, there's nothing you can really do. You're also solo tanking. Yikes. Okay. I mean, pretty much, everything's pretty much cut and dry. I don't really have much to say because you're not doing anything that I wouldn't do or that I wouldn't see. So everything is pretty textbook. Like I said, the only thing that I noticed was just wasting the ultimate. There was no reason to. The fight was lost. You lost your DPS and you lost a healer. No world you win. So I would just say, well, that's that, right? And then the other thing that I really liked was just you not turning around. A lot of tank players, especially once you saw a thing run past you, I think Star-Lord did too, and then Maggold, people would just get all crazy, but you stood your ground and you tried to fight. I would have used my walls to block the healers, not to KO them. So if anything, I would have played that differently in that regard. You used your walls to actually do damage when you should have just used them to block things at that point. But aside from that, pretty well played. When you are holding hard walls like this, though, like when you're holding straight up L's. So when you're holding straight L's, let me use this. I never really used this one. Look at that. Straight lines, bros. Y'all ain't ready. So when you're holding straight L's, what you do want to do at this point is hide the wall. And then you just try to hold your ground as best as possible. What you're doing is you're putting down walls, but then they just get broken. Well, and you're just slowly losing space. When you're solo tanking, you don't really have anything else to rely on other than just sticking your ground. And when it comes to holding an actual angle like that, where they have to walk past you, I always say they have two options. They either hug the wall so they can't really get shot by your team, but they're all going to be in your face, or they hug the outside and they get shot by your team. So, like, either way, they're screwed. But the way you're playing right now, you'll just get walked over. It's very hard to hold your ground like this. So whenever you guys are in a situation where it doesn't even have to be Groot, it could really be anybody. But whenever you guys are in a situation where you're solo, even if you're not, honestly, but it's really important when you're solo and you get a sharp wall like this, like there's realistically no other way they can go other than that sharp L. Hug the wall as much as possible. Peek out as much as possible, like this. Because what you're doing when you do stuff like this, the way that you're standing, let's go back a little bit. Here's what it looks like to them. So you come up, right? This is spooky, but look what happens in the next few seconds. That's not spooky. And you might be like, well, Poppin, what's the difference? Literally in the same spot. You're actually not. When you're like this, we can all see what you're doing at all given times, right? Psychologically, well, there's nothing to be afraid of because I can always see you. But if you step behind this wall and I can't see you for a split second, I'm curious, are you about to ult me? Something about to happen, I'm going to get walled? Like, what's going to happen, right? And this goes for every single character. If I'm playing the thing, I'm hugging the wall like crazy because you don't know. You don't know what I'm going to do. You see that I pop out a second, but you don't know. But if you're always out here and they see this, you're not scary. If you walk up, I know what you're doing. You're going to wall me or you're going to ult me. It's not really a question. But when I can't see you, I don't know what you got planned, man. I don't know. So whenever you guys are in a situation where you can hold a straight L, hug near the wall and pop out every now and then because it allows that pressure and your body is also a wall as well. If you continue to pop out like this, right? They can't, it's hard to just straight push that. You don't know if you're retreating whenever you go behind the wall. But if you back up like this, I see that you're retreating. Again, everything is just so red because we can see you. So make sure you hug the wall, pop in and out. and let them force push you back into the wall. What this happens if like the thing decides to push forward into you, like I said before, they have two options. They either force push you this way or they will go on the outside. If they push you like this, you walk back, but guess what? Their entire team can't see whoever just pushed you like that. But your entire team can. What you're going to do is just wall right there. Not only do they have to cross this L threshold to break the wall, but the person's trapped. You see what I mean? But this comes from confidence and being able to hold your ground. And as I always say, you know, you shouldn't really be afraid to get KO'd because you won't learn stuff like this unless you do. But once you become very, very confident at holding your ground and very confident at holding these walls, it's so hard to push players. It's so hard to push players because even if you do get shoved back a little bit, you're technically still in this area. And all you have to do, if you really want to, is just ignore the thing or whoever decides to walk in your face, walk forward and continue to play that game. And your team could take care of them. All that happens from just positioning in one spot. It's a hard thing to learn, but once you get it down, you're chilling. You're doing it now. You see how you're on it, but it's a little bit too late because they already pushed past you, right? But it's scary to walk past someone holding a corner. Because if you overextend, you get KO'd. But because you didn't hold it right, quote unquote, correctly at that moment, they were able to push past you. And then now you're just stuck by yourself. If you ever notice yourself getting pushed back, especially if you're solo tanking, you do have to back up with your team. That's the difference between a team that staggers and a team that doesn't. Is if the tank understands that they're getting pushed back, if the tank understands there's too much going on, they'll like walk back with the team and you're giving up space, but you're still staying connected with your team. Oh, that fight's over. It's usually why I tell you guys when I'm streaming, I'm like, I gotta play slower. I gotta play slower. I have to do this. I have to do that. Because it's mentally checking myself to not play how I think I should play because of the way that my team is playing. So if I notice that they're just getting run over completely, I have to back up a lot more because they don't know what they're doing. If I notice that they're always aggressive, I have to be a little bit more up because they're super aggressive. Remember, it's easier for one player to match 5 than it is for 5 to match 1. So you just got to do what you got to do. Here, I'd back up. There's no reason to even buy, like, there's no reason to force this space. Like, what do you gain by just being all out here like this? The cart's not here. So you don't, you're fighting for space you don't necessarily have to have. You could have the same fight back there and you guys have cover and they don't. But now you're in a position where everybody's in the middle. And if anybody gets picked off, you're stuck in the middle and then you get picked off and you start staggering again. Just because they're fighting you doesn't mean you have to take space. You take space when you need it. This isn't space you need right now. You could tell if you need space for a couple of reasons. So let's see. How do I know if I need space? Well, one, your team will use it. If your team will use the space, get the space, right? If your team needs it. Two, if you're attacking. When we're attacking, we're usually looking for position-based. So this is just kind of where your team's not in a crappy location. This is generally why you push when you're attacking, because the way that maps generally are focused, it's more defense heavy on a lot of the spots. So you're trying to push through, right? But then there's some locations where it's like, this spot really sucks. So you need to take the space to make sure that you're not in a crappy position. And then the next one is just if you're trying to retake cart. Now these are just some very basic ones. There's obviously more to this, but if you just think of it in the realm of simplicity, everything else falls into place. So when you take space, is your team going to use it? Are you the one even attacking? And are you trying to retake cart? If we look at this entire fight, neither of those ring true. Oops. I skip forward. I'm a troll. A little bit further back. A little bit further back. On PC, the replay is always a little bit different. Like in terms of how much you rewind versus, I'm gonna just use the mouse. Versus a controller. Or not controller, but console. Alright. So, they're fighting, right? You're walking out, which is fine here. But then, they start pushing in, right? This is where we back up. Because they're starting to push you. They don't understand that they're actually pushing in such a crappy position. But they're pushing you anyway. And this is one of those moments where you just take advantage of like them being stupid. It's like, bro, why are y'all pushing this? The cart's way back there. Like, you guys have no cover. Your team is not even around. Like, what are you doing, bro? You're at such a disadvantage. You don't even realize it right now. But, you know, that's because the rank that you're in doesn't understand this. So what you do is you back up and you let this guy continue to fight. And then as soon as you get past this threshold, wall him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. If you just back up here, instead of trying to hold space for no reason, you wall this guy, you win the fight. And then you just push after that. And you retake all this space. You take this space, you take that space, you take everything back. And now you can hold here. Or if you want, you can hold, you know, down there or in here. But you just won the fight off of somebody being stupid. This is generally all it is. When you see people smurf, I'm not necessarily smurfing, but I am a higher rank, technically, than my main account is. Playing in these ranks, like, a lot of me winning is really just off of them doing something stupid. They don't realize it in the moment, and then they blame their team. But realistically, you're just taking advantage of people just not doing things that they should be doing. This thing should never be playing like this. And when I notice this guy starting to play like this, I just abuse it. I just abuse it, and he just get KO'd like 20 times. Repeatedly. Just because he just doesn't understand what he's doing. Look at him. He's already almost KO'd, but we could have played it so smooth that he does get KO'd, and you guys move to the next. You got to make sure that when you're solo tanking, your fights are a lot more structured. This is what tends to bite a lot of players in the butt when they start solo tanking, and they feel like it's really difficult to do. It's mainly because they don't really have a structured team fight. Their team fights are all over the place. They don't really know who to focus. They don't really know where to stand. They don't know how to hold. And all of this comes cascading down when you still factor in, you still have to play the game normally, right? You're not only solo tanking, but you still are technically still playing Marvel Rivals. You still technically are playing that role. Not saying you didn't do everything. Not saying that's what your gameplay says. Like, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know where to stand. Not saying that. But I'm just saying in general, this is why a lot of people struggle with solo tanking, because they don't understand what it is that they need to do. And so you hear a lot of people saying, this person can't solo tank, this character can't solo tank. And then when I'm forced to solo tank, I can solo tank with those characters. Why? Because I understand what I should be doing. Not saying that it's easy to solo tank with some of these characters, because it's hard. But they can all do it. I think I was tunneled on the objective instead of winning the fight in front of me. That makes sense. I was also trying to wall off the healers to let the team focus the thing. You could just wall them off near you. You don't have to walk in front of them. You see? Like that. You do that a lot, but you're solo tanking. This is not something you can do. And this is what I mean when I say understanding how to play as a solo tank. Understanding how the fight actually is structured. When you're solo tanking, you're not the same tank as you were if there were two. You have to remember that. When you're solo tanking, you're playing more defense than you are offense. If there's a moment where you can walk forward and secure something, you better make sure it works. Because if you walk up like this, your entire team is just left open. And this is the difference between solo tanking and having a side partner, is that whenever you do stuff like this, the other tank usually is around. But if you're solo tanking and you make a misstep like this, you're overextending and your whole team can get KO'd for it. And it's even worse if you don't get any KOs, right? Luckily, your team was able to pull through. But if your team sucks, that doesn't work. And you get run over. And 9 times out of 10, your team is going to suck. So, you don't really have the wiggle room here. This is why I say it's better to not coin flip and just be consistent. Pretty good though. Pretty good though. Like I said, I think for the most part, I would hug the walls a little bit more and I'd play a little bit more defensive. It's okay that you want to do a lot, but just try to make sure that you're not overextending for it because your team will get rolled. I know from personal experience. The name of the forest was respect my whole. I thought so. I didn't want to play it though because I wasn't sure. Okay. I got you, fourth. Not bad. I was in the review, but I got you. We'll take a look after the game. All right. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right. Remember, let this dude be stupid first. This guy's been doing the same thing every game. He hops onto you, then he tries to run away. Just let him do it. Act like you're not gonna have any walls up, and let him hop, and then wall. It's like you're trying to be super proactive for no reason when you could just play reactive. When you're into players that are just too active, it's very easy for them to make mistakes. This is why usually in pro play games, it doesn't matter what game it is. It could be League of Legends, it could be Marvel Rivals, it could be Overwatch, it could be Dota, whatever. Any game that typically has characters or classes, you'll notice that a lot of people that play on pro teams play characters that are less risky. And they don't have a lot of room for error. So you'll see a lot of Magneto, right? You'll see a lot of Strange. You'll see a lot of Cap. You'll see a lot of, I don't know, Invisible Woman. Actually, do you see her? I would assume so after these buffs. I do know we were seeing Star-Lord. Now, Star-Lord is a little bit active, but he just has a lot of wiggle room to be, you know. But you don't really see a lot of, like, what's a good example of a character that is very mistake prone? Like Spider-Man. You don't see a lot of that. Reason being, you screw that character up, you get KO'd, right? That goes for every single game. Every single pro play game, you'll notice a lot of characters are very tame. When you notice, when in solo queue, people like to play all these active characters. When you know that they're doing that, just wait for them to make a mistake, and then you just capitalize on it. This is why people think magic is bad, because technically, you could just wait for it to be stupid and counter. The problem is the entire team has to wait for it to be stupid, and that just doesn't happen unless you're on comms, right? So when you're playing characters that have a little bit more wiggle room, Magic, Star-Lord, whatever, it's a lot more difficult to actually catch them slipping. But this character is very easy to catch slipping. So just wait for him to hop onto you. And then start walling up afterward. You see how you're just kind of wait. You're not getting anything done with these walls. You're basically just sitting here. They can shoot past you, which they have been doing, and then just destroying your team. You're not necessarily doing enough to be scary. The goal of a tank is to take shots, right? So if you notice that you're not getting shot, you're not playing well. It's because they're not shooting you, okay? If you notice they're not shooting you, you need to figure out, how can I get y'all to shoot me? Because I need to be scary enough. Right now, you're not scary. Why are you not scary? Because you're not doing anything. And you have to spot this in the game. You could say, well, like, my Storm just sucks, or my Loki sucks. Is that true? Yeah, it could be. But realistically, what are you doing that's enough for me to just not shoot them? Look, you're not getting shot. You're not scary. They didn't shoot you for like 5 seconds. You're not playing well. You're just not scary. This is what I mean by, like, you have to understand that you have to constantly be a threat. It doesn't matter what character you're playing. If you're tanking, you got to figure out, how can I be scary at all times? Because that's when you're going to get shot. If you're just going to stand there and do nothing, who cares? You don't do enough damage. Hey. So this is why I said you got to make sure that you're playing a little bit more reactive to the situation. and start making those plays yourself. It's still kind of the same. And this is what really separates a group, an average group from a good group. It's the fact that they know how to use their walls properly on offense. Using Groot on defense is not actually that difficult. Using him on offense is where it really starts to show. And I know you don't really play a lot of Groot, so I'm not saying that you're bad or anything like that, but I'm just telling you the difference between like an average one and an above average one. It's the usage of the walls on offense. If a Groot knows how to play Groot on offense, that's scary. Defense is kind of like whatever. You can get around that. But offense takes a lot of understanding about what you're doing with your walls and why. So again, look at this dude. Just look at this dude. Just mindless. Mindless. And he gets away with it because we're not capitalizing on it. Just let this guy hop in. Do what we did last time where we hold the L, right? He's gonna hop on you, the guy, eventually, and then wall him up. Who can see him from this angle? Like realistically, nobody can see him. If he decides to hop at you, and then you just wall, they have to turn the corner to shoot the wall, and then they have to shoot the wall. Or they have to walk all the way around the wall. That's not happening before this guy gets one-tapped. So what you're going to do is you're going to save your wall, save your grenade, and when he does that, toss the grenade, start attacking him, your team will too, and then you get the KO for free. And then you start pushing. You start pushing when you get a pick. Otherwise, it's very difficult to make any moves. You can't force it. Don't turn around. You're doing good. You're doing good. Just hold them. Nice. So what we noticed here is that your team made the play for you. Okay, we noticed that we didn't really get the push until our team made the push happen, which is fine. You don't really have a lot of agency over a push sometimes. You do have to, especially the higher you go, the more you just kind of sit and chill. The thing that I'm really harping on, though, is the fact that this guy let you be able to outplay him, and you just never did. It's way different than, like, if you just didn't have any plays to be made. But if you guys want to climb, it doesn't really matter what role you are. You have to identify when you can make that play. So, as I always say, when I do the drawing, you have a potential to carry like this, right? Every little spike is your potential to carry. If you're like, my games are too hard and I can't carry these bad teammates, it's because you're missing these. You're not getting them. What happens is you continuously try to make a play when you shouldn't. And every time your play comes, you're either KO'd or you're out of HP. So you need to make sure that you're looking for your spikes. In this particular game, the thing was just, it's free. It's kind of the similar how I always hold up shields when I'm playing Doctor Strange, and I'm like, I'm going to block the healers. Whatever, I'm going to block the healers. And then they get KO'd and we just keep pushing. It's the same thing. Like, that doesn't work if the other tank understands that you're being heal blocked, but if they just keep doing it, I'm just going to keep blocking it. Until they figure it out, you just keep winning. So that's what you want to do. Each time he escaped, I felt more pressure to secure the KO myself. I see what you're trying to say. Yeah, there's no pressure. Just play time. Just play time. If the dude has no HP, he's going to have to retreat, get healed up, and that's cooldowns wasted. Right? Who do they have on their team? So they have Adam Warlock that's going to snap his fingers a few times. And then you have Rocket that's going to have to basically heal him for a little bit longer than normal. Right? If Adam Warlock snaps his fingers, he's out of cooldowns. If Rocket uses orbs, he has to reload. Those are your windows. So if you can actually make something happen while those two cooldowns are down, you probably win the team fight right then and there. Rocket is a little bit harder to play around, but usually I'll do this when I'm playing around Cloak and Dagger. Or like Invisible Woman. Their cooldowns are higher. Kind of the same thing. Let him jump on you from here. You really got to get used to pulling these people back. And I remember that we talked about this on Magneto, but it was such a weird location that I said it in that it's possible that you're like, it didn't really stick because it wasn't an obvious location. But these are obvious locations. Just pull them back. You keep trying to force, but if they hop on you, you have to give up space. It's just a game of tug of war. That's all it really is. It's my turn, you know, or I mean, it's your turn, so you're pulling me, and then, well, I guess it is your turn technically because you're pushing. So it's your turn. You push. Oh, you're jumping on me. Let's just retreat. Your whole team can see them, and you just KO. This is how you deal with characters like Thor, Rogue, Thing, and this is why I was telling you guys, if you guys want free points right now, play Rushdown. Rushing characters are very good at just button mashing. Like they're very good at button mashing, and they can get away with it a lot. And this is what we're talking about: Thing, Rogue, Magic, Iron Fist, Gambit. I feel like I'm missing a few. I know that I am, but these characters can just they survive because they're just hard to hit, and they just keep doing it over and over, and it feels like there's so much pressure. How you deal with this is you have to back up. The problem with people in Rushdown right now, because they don't understand how to beat it, is they try to like fight the rush at the same time. You have to just back up. It sucks. It's super annoying to have to constantly do it, but you have to back up. And the only thing that really makes me be okay with this play style is that I know if we win this fight, we get a lot more space than we ever would have gotten me forcing. So you just gotta let it go. You just gotta wait. Once he gets KO'd, you take so much space, it's crazy. You see how you keep forcing? It's so, you're just being way too active for no reason. You don't have to be. That's all. Every time you do this, you overextend, your team gets wiped from behind, and then you're stuck, and then you get KO'd. It's been the same rinse and repeat for a while. You also kind of want to understand what team you have. So a good way to know how fast you need to play is the fact that how fast or slow you need to play. The way you tell this is by what characters you have. So look who you have. You have Storm. You have Squirrel Girl. You could count your healers too, but it's just a little bit easier if you count these two. When you think about Storm and Squirrel Girl, are these characters better with their ultimate or without their ultimate? They're most likely better with their ultimate, right? So you know that you don't really have to play that quickly. You can kind of chill out. You can let it go because you're just gonna win every single time that they ult anyway. They literally have auto win ults, both of them, as long as they use it right. You probably just win the fight every single time. So you just gotta wait for it. This was pretty easy. When it comes to their characters, he doesn't actually. Iron Man doesn't need ult, and Moon Knight doesn't need ult. Technically, they're fine without him. You obviously need ult. Groot's not really as scary until he has ultimate. So just play ult. That's all you gotta do. Just chill out. Let them overextend. Play ult. Win the fight with every ult that you get. This is why Groot is super, super strong. Like all you gotta do is wait to get your ult and you win the fight. But every single time that you decide to overextend, every single time you try to push, you get KO'd. So it's not like Groot's not working. It's just the play style that we have doesn't match the situation. That's all. I mean, now it's getting really, really close, so you feel like you have to just hurry up and force and get out. And I understand that because the time is ticking. So generally speaking, you know, this is where the game falls apart. It's not really your fault. It just is what it is. But didn't have to ult that because we already won the team fight. What is the goal of team fighting? Why do we actually have to fight the enemy? Well, we want to push the cart. The enemies are on the cart. They're not going to move unless we KO the enemy, right? But what did Cloak and Dagger just do? They won the team fight. But they're still alive, popping. It doesn't matter. You guys got the space. It's the same thing as if they just got all wiped right here. They're not there anymore. There's no reason for you to ult. No reason at all. No reason at all. Because now what happens is if you have ult now, you win the next team fight. So not only did you win this team fight because of your Cloak and Dagger, and then of course Storm popped her ult off, but then you win the next one because you saved yours. But you don't have it now. Look at this. This is free. Look how free these two would have been. Just free. You could have wiped the fight here and moved on to the next one. And you could have kept going. Not saying you lost this round because of you, but I'm just saying you have to think like that. Like, it's not about getting KOs, but your play style has always just been about, throughout the entire match, I need to hurry up and be aggressive. I need to be aggressive. I need to force. I need to push. I need to do this. I need to do that. It is okay to relax. It is okay to take your time, especially a solo tanking. But I don't think you did a bad job at all. It really does suck you had 3 healers on offense. I don't know why people do that. Literally drives me up the freaking wall. But, you know, neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. I guess I was trying to swing the corners too much and trying to make space proactively. It took me a while to get past being a passive tank, and now I've swung too far to being overactive. That's okay. I wouldn't really trip. You did fine. You did fine. If you had another tank, or if you just had another DPS, I think you'd be all right. All right, this was foresights that we didn't do because we didn't know his name, but we now know that it's Respect My Hulk. So we'll take a look at it. Millie, hello, hello. Fire God, hello, hello. Hollywood, hello, hello. I mean, it's not like you can't be good at Rushdown. I don't consider all brawlers Rush characters. That's like a sub. I think Rush is like a sub text to brawlers. But it's true. Brawler characters are button mashers. That's not to say the player can't be good at them, but they are button mashers. There's no way you don't think a brawl character is a button masher. That's literally what they do. They want to fight all the time. Therefore, you have buttons. And you can mash them all the time. It's literally, that's all brawl is. Give me one character that's not a button masher, that's a brawler. They don't exist. They're all button mashers. They have very short cooldowns. And they have very impactful hits. That's literally how it works. There's no getting around that. That is how those characters are designed. No. All characters do not button mash. What? What? Hulk is one of... He doesn't button mash. I'll go through right now. Luna doesn't button mash. Hulk doesn't button mash. Cap doesn't button mash. Phoenix doesn't button mash. Star-Lord, debatable. Cloak and Dagger doesn't button mash. Rocket doesn't button mash. Venom doesn't button mash. Invisible doesn't button mash. Well, nah, she doesn't button mash. I'm not talking about primary fire. Literally all brawlers kits are just mashable. Like, they're all mashable. The thing is, brawlers don't have to sync their abilities together because they're brawlers. Whatever you press is gonna work. You could press 1, 2, 3, 4. You could press 3, 2, 1, 4. You could press 4, 3, 1, 2. It doesn't matter what order. That's a brawler. That's a button masher. But you have other characters that need to use their abilities in certain sequences, otherwise it doesn't work, or they can't use all their abilities at once, otherwise they're sitting ducks. That's not a brawler. That's what I'm saying. So, like, although all characters need to hold primary, technically, or maybe they're alt fire, it's not a button masher. But brawlers specifically are some button mashers. They have to constantly mash in order to survive. This is why you see rogue players just constantly using abilities, or you see Thor dashing around and swinging and dashing around and just, it's just how they're designed. It's not a bad thing that you play button mash characters. Not you, I'm just saying in general. Not a bad thing that players play them. I'm just telling you that that's how they're designed. Nothing you can do about it. Whenever you play this map, man, break this. I don't care what diver you are. This is the most annoying bridge ever. Just break that thing out. Just break that thing out. Honestly, we should have Coach Lauren on the mic. I'm not certified. I didn't pass my I didn't, I didn't pass my Hulk license. All right, what I'm gonna say though is that um we're not jumping enough. We're not a presence. It's kind of similar to the last game. It's like you're not scary, so they just walk over you. You want to be shot. You want to be focused. When you're not, you see how you're not getting hurt? Is you're not being scary enough. You're just getting away with standing there, but it's because really nobody's caring about shooting you. Get over their heads, make them flip their screen, really cause chaos. That's what Hulk does, and that's why it's so freaking annoying to deal with this character. Just chaos. Make it so it seems like you doing something when you're not. Just jump all over the place. It's so frustrating to hear him and not really be able to shoot this dude at the same time. But the more you're just sitting there, the easier it is for them to track you. That's one of the things that makes Hulk really, really good is the dude is just like a freaking bouncing ball. It's so hard to deal with that character. And the cool part is you can always decide when you want to stop and when you don't. You know? The best thing to think about it when you're playing this character is you're not really there to secure KOs. If they're there, they're there, but most dive tanks in general don't really get them themselves. They have to be in the right spot at the right time. So it's perfectly okay to just hop in, do a little few punches, and just, you know, bounce around. His hitbox is very forgiving too, so you can just jump over people and still hit them. Wouldn't really worry about stuff like this. Like, I know that he can jump and get him, but the thing that you want to remember as a tank is the thing that you want to remember as a tank is not everything is your job. It doesn't matter which one you're playing. Not everything is your job. I know you saw Star-Lord flying, but like you just gotta trust your team can freaking deal with it. I mean, you can't do everything, man. This is what usually gets people stuck. Is like they feel like their team is horrible and they can't do anything. But if you watch their replays, they're trying to do too much and they spread themselves thin. You can't. No matter what character you are, you have limits. There's not one character in this game that is good at entirely everything. There's not. You have limits, and you should only be dealing with what you can deal with, and the rest of your team should do the rest of the work. That's pretty much how it works. So when you're doing stuff like that, you're giving up pressure. You're making it so that your other tank has to solo tank, and you're not really getting much accomplished. You want to always be getting something accomplished. All right, so when I notice that I'm just getting ignored, I again, same thing with Nash. When I notice that I'm not being shot as much as I should be shot, I gotta figure out what's going on, right? When I play Cap, I complain so much because I'm like, bro, this dude just gets one banged. But the thing is, there's a reason I'm getting one banged. They know they need to focus me at that given moment, or else there's gonna be a problem, right? You want to create that fear where it's like, oh, we can't get this guy. We can't get this guy. We can't get this guy. But he's here. Get him. Get him. Get him. Like, you want that. You want that every single time. We can't get this guy. Where's he at? Where's he at? Oh, he's here. Get him. Get him. Every single time. Every single time you do that, you know that they're all about to start shooting you. If you could get them in that mindset, you will run the game. 1,000% you will run the game. But you got to get them in that mindset. This is why a lot of the times when I play Cap, and you guys would be like, how? I thought you said Cap was bad. You keep playing him. He is. He's garbage. But I like playing him. And there are some games where it's like, realistically, you guys will see I don't really do much, but I'm also very, very hard to KO. And that's because they know if they leave me alone, it's going to be a problem. And if they try to take care of me, it's going to be a problem. They don't really have, it's a lose-lose. Either they take care of me and my team takes them out, or they take care of my team and then I'm just in the back line causing a problem. The only way that this works, like the only way that they get to a point where they're comfortable with you in the back line, is if you're not scary enough. And that is when you're going to have to start focusing different targets, maybe the DPS or whatever, but you got to get them in the mindset of like, deal with this guy, please. Jesus. Once you get them to there, once you get them past that threshold, game's yours. You're not there yet. You're not there yet. And the reason you're not there is because every single time that you engage, there's nothing done. Look, where's your team? For what? Right? This is one of the ways that I got better at dives myself. Sometimes it felt like my teams were just absolute butt cheeks. But I look at the replay and I'm like, why are you never helping me when I'm diving, bro? And then I look at the replay and it's like, oh, you're not there. Well, I can clear that up myself, right? You can fix that. Next time you dive, make them be there. Or make sure they are there. Honestly, I don't typically use his ult as much as I would like to. I generally use it as like a counter engage tool, not an offensive tool, but I know a lot of Hulk players do use it for offense. And I do know a lot of Hulk players use it kind of like how I use it for more of defensive gameplay than offensive gameplay. I don't really care how you use it, honestly. It's one of those ults that are very flexible. It's one of those things you'll just learn to get down when you can. You see how you keep trying to chase this dude? You're not accomplishing anything. Again, that's all it is. It's whenever you play the game, you're not really playing the game as much as you think you are. If you can just get that down, you'll be chilling. That's all. You will be chilling. You just have to really ask yourself when you're playing, what am I accomplishing every time that I go in? What am I even trying to do? If you hop in as a diver and your mindset isn't there about what you're trying to even accomplish, it's never going to go right. Every time I dive and run around, you guys might be thinking like Poppins just running around, you know, like a chicken with his head cut off. And honestly, and that, no, let me laugh. Let me not. Okay. I'm thinking almost every single second, I'm thinking a few seconds ahead. Before I even go in, I'm thinking about, am I going on somebody or am I just trying to stall? Like, am I going on a DPS? Am I going on a healer? Then I'll get there. And then I think like, okay, what do I do now? And do I keep fighting this guy who's looking at me right now? Who's looking at me right now? I don't know. I'm just gonna stay here then because nobody's looking at me. But then once they start looking at me, where am I gonna go? What am I gonna do? Then I'll like rotate, maybe grab a health pack and think about it again. Like I'm always thinking about what am I gonna do next. It looks like a lot of your gameplay, and I could be wrong, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but a lot of your gameplay is like you're not really sure what you're doing next, and you just figure it out as you go. Like right here, it doesn't really look like you're doing much, and then you start to go on the Star-Lord and you figure it out. And then you like go to Cap, and then like, you know, you're just kind of dealing with it as it comes. It's like you have spur moments where you know exactly what you're doing, and then gameplay wise, what it looks like on screen, you have moments where you don't. Right? Like if there was a commentator commenting on your game, they might know what you're doing for a moment, and then it might be like, well, I don't really know what you're doing. You know what I mean? Whereas if you watch my gameplay, and I'm not saying I'm perfect because I'm far from it, but if you watch it, you kind of have an idea of what I'm doing and why. Maybe not why, but you know what I'm doing, right? You know that I'm going here, I'm doing that. It's obvious what I'm trying to accomplish. Just right here, like right there, perfect, right? It looked like you knew exactly what you were doing. But just 10 seconds ago, it just looked like you were just punching things. You know, just getting more of a rhythm. Get in more of a rhythm to know what you're doing every single second. Not just I'm jumping around until I figure it out. Because you want them to play into your gameplay. You don't want to play into theirs. You need to have them always under you. Like, you know, deal with me. Once you get into that mindset, you'll be chilling. This is ambitious, but let's watch it. He was crazy. That was ambitious. I'm not saying that it was wrong or anything, but the way you just let your Hulk ults rip is hilarious. It's not bad. You accomplish things. It's just funny. It's like you do not care, bro. I'm hulking out. What's up? Deal with me, bros. I really like that. I really like your jumps. You have some really good jumps. I like that you understand how to do the. I don't know if there's a word to it. Cap has a similar function, but I like how you're curving your jumps a little bit. That is definitely some advanced Hulk mechanics. So even if you don't feel like it is, it's something that a lot of Hulk players actually do not do. It looks good. Nice. You was kind of trolling for chasing that one, but but I know why you did it. I know why you did it, and you did win the team fight for it, but you were nuts. You were nuts for it. Oh, you guys didn't actually win? Ah, okay, you threw. I thought you guys won there. You threw. You threw. I will say though, imagine if you just waited to use your ult after they were getting ready to come out of spawn. Near the end, around like 8 seconds, you would have won the game right then and there. So this is what I kind of mean by like your ults and my ults are way different, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. But my ults are always just a little bit more calculated, or it's a little bit more defense oriented, whereas a lot of your ults are more offense. And you'll notice this when I play Cap as well. I don't usually use his ults for offense. I don't usually use a lot of ults for offense, to be honest, and it could be a weakness of mine. But I just wanted you to see kind of like the different perspectives. So you don't always have to use it offensively. You could save it to use it for a specific strategic moment. And one of the gameplays that I did when I was playing the Hulk, I saw someone ult by me. I don't remember what character it was, but I just decided to ult too, and I just stopped their push. I counter pushed. You can use your ult that way as well. Like there's just a lot of ways that you can use your ult, and just kind of get it in your head. Again, I don't think you're using it wrong, but you know, you can be flexible. All characters are like that. It's not a Hulk thing. All characters can be flexible with how they use. Again, don't worry about them. What's the point? Other than you just trying to flex. Like, I don't know if you just don't like this guy. I don't know if you're trying to flex like I got him out the sky. I don't know what it is, but every single time this guy has ulted throughout this entire round, you have failed. Stop trying to get this guy back. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it, bro. I'd have just jumped out just because you don't really have much you can accomplish here. They already have support ults going. I like that ult, though. That's spicy. That's spicy. Your team lost the fight, though, but that's spicy. That's spicy. But like I said, I would have just hopped out. There was no reason to waste that ult. The team fight was over. Gaming? Gaming? Okay. 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 This is just I say this to every single Strange because I know a lot of Strange players do it, and they do it subconsciously because they think that's just how you play Strange. So every time I see it, I'm just going to bring it up, and it's no hate. But when you shield something, do not just attack and shield, attack and shield, attack and shield. There's no reason. You're just burning your shield up. Or you're just doing it for no reason. You don't always need to do that. Again, it's something small, but every Strange and their mama does it, and it's just not. It's not what you're doing. It's not what you think you're doing. It's just not good. Don't do it, because you can get a melee in there. Look, not here, but look. You see? What are you shielding other than this dude? But just whip him. You see? You keep shielding, but for what? You're not necessarily in any danger. You're not shielding anything. Now, if she did this with the little acorn, all right, shield. But she's not really doing much. Just whip her. That time that you're using to primary shield, primary, it could be primary whip, primary. It's a very generous range, and even if you don't hit Skrull Girl, you'll hit Venom. Even there, you shielded again when you could have whipped. Again, a lot of Strange players do it because they feel like that's how they have to play Strange. Shield, attack, shield, attack. I'm telling you. Only shield when you need to. Only shield when you need to. You can do so much more damage. And just a little tidbit. You're doing it still. You see, like, there's not really a reason for you to shield. It's wild, but I'm only bringing it up because you'll do so much more damage with this character. It's insane. I catch myself doing it too sometimes. I'm nowhere near perfect. I do the same thing sometimes, and I have to catch myself, and I'm like, why do I keep shielding, bro? Like, so just a little tip for any strange player out there: really try to manage when you do that. Why is my what? What? Mama? What? What? I don't know if it's my man or mama. Okay. All right. Did we just play strange for the rest? I think the dive was fine. What I was saying before to your comment about comms is when I play dive, I don't ever use comms, so I don't really know. I don't really know. Basically, what I was saying is just look at your team and match their energy. If you take a look at your team, let's just say you're playing the Hulk right now, right? You know that a Cap dives eventually. You know that a Magic will dive eventually. You know that a Star-Lord will dive eventually. So you could do one of two things. You could support their dive by going in with them, or you can do what I did last stream, which was I'll dive first, will make everybody look at me, and then my divers will just follow up whenever they want to. That way, you're soaking up all the bullets. Your divers can play the game, and by the time they realize what hit them, they're KO'd. Those are generally the two ways that I play. If I'm playing against a poke with a poke team, I'll play a little bit differently. So what I'll do is, let's just say my team is like poking from here. I'll hop in, so that way my team can look at them and poke for free. Like Hawkeye, Hela, a Squirrel Girl, they can get free damage because the characters looking at me are turning around and they're in the same spot, and it's a lot easier when they're not getting return fire onto. So you're not really needing comms. You just need to think about again what you're doing and why, and all that will follow suit once you actually practice what we talked about, which was thinking about what you're doing before you do it instead of just running at them. It's not your fault either, because that's how the game kind of trains you. And this is what I always had an issue with brawlers and divers, is that the game teaches you you can just literally do whatever you want. You can just go for it, whatever. But you'll eventually reach a rank where it doesn't work anymore. And then, people feel like, well, dive is horrible this season, or brawl is horrible this season. It's poke meta. It's all that. But people just aren't playing well in higher ranks. That's all it is. I hear a lot of that this season. And I'm just like, I don't think dive is bad at all. It's the same. I think rush is one of the strongest like comps at the moment. Like, it's just because when they climb, they get challenged and they feel like that challenge is enough. Like, that challenge is why they're not doing well. And they don't really understand it's just they're not playing to it properly. Yeah, poke beats brawl or rush, right? They have to run at you. But poke never beats dive. Dive is literally what you use to counter the poke characters. So I think your Hulk gameplay is good, though. I think Lauren would agree. Look, if Lauren agrees, literally the #1 Hulk goddess in A, if Lauren agrees, it's facts. Don't judge it. But I thought it was pretty good. And honestly, Hulk on offense is better than Hulk on defense. So I don't really know why you're playing Strange at this point. Did someone tell you not to? Like, if you think about it, they're not even playing any characters that you need Strange for. Realistically. Like realistically, there's not really any Strange characters. The only time I whip him out is really if I need to block poke because my team clearly can't stand and cover. But this team, Scarlet Witch, Star-Lord, Venom, Strange, Loki, I mean, you could play Hulk. You chilling. Oh, I thought you were about to take him back out. Dang. I got Rams and Packers winning today. Okay. I used to be a Packer fan when I was younger. I don't watch too much sports anymore, but when I was younger, Packers, 49ers. I'm pretty sure when I watched basketball, it was the Bulls. Clippers were pretty goat too, though. I remember when I was younger, I thought that you had to like the team that your hometown was in. So at the time, I was like, I have to like Sacramento Kings. It was like, nope, you don't have to like what your hometown is. It's okay. Right here, it just seems like we're just not really sure what we're doing. Again, literally all of this will come into play. Like all of this will come into play once you actively think about why you're doing what you're doing. But it doesn't matter what character you are. It doesn't matter how you play. You have the same habit of just like, I have an idea, and then my idea is off, and then I just do whatever I want. This is why a lot of people, when they get coaching from me, reviews are a little bit different. I mean, I do handwritten reviews. If you guys, would rather have a handwritten review, by the way. Coaching link down below. I feel like I don't actually tell you guys I do coaching stuff, but the link is down below. But a lot of people come to me and then they're like, I picked this game, but I didn't do that well. Or I picked this game and I did amazing, but I just thought that you could find little things. And it doesn't really matter how you play. The thing is, what I'm looking for is habits. I'm looking for things that could really get you later. And so if you have a great game one game, or if you have a terrible game one game, it doesn't really matter because I'm not looking for how you performed in that match. I'm looking for overarching habits. One of yours is that you just do not have a plan. You do something, you have a plan, and then you don't even know what to do until you get the next idea. You should always know what you're doing next, because the thing is, I always say tank is like the bus driver. All the other roles are behind you. You're cruising, all the other roles back there waiting to go somewhere. You know what I mean? They're going on a field trip with you. Where we going? Well, if the tank does not know where you are going, where the destination is, bro, how you gonna get there? I mean, if the bus driver doesn't know where the theme park is, we about to just be out of gas soon. When you're out of gas, you get KO'd. You need to know where you're going and why. You need to know what you're doing. You need to know what you're doing and why. This is why tank is arguably the hardest role. It's not even arguably, bro. Tank is the hardest role in the game. I don't care what rank you are in. That role is the hardest because you have to know all this stuff or your team loses. Like everything you do, you have to basically put your team in the best situation to win. And then from there, good luck, bro. Like that's pretty much what tank is. If you don't put them in a good position, you'll never win. But yeah, I focus more on those habits, and that's one of yours. And that if you fix that, well, when you fix that, because it's not that difficult to fix, just kind of think a little bit more actively. And then watch your replay back maybe the next day and be like, did I do the right choice there? Once you fix that, a lot of the compounding issues that you might be facing will just automatically fix itself. But this is why I focus more on habits, and I don't choose to say what you're doing wrong in the game. Because if you could just fix the habit, bro, all that fixes. Every little bit fixes. I remember I was coaching League of Legends because I always tell you, well, I guess not always, but every now and then, I used to professionally coach League of Legends, right? I used to coach collegiate. I used to coach families, just, whoever wanted it. And there was just one player. There's some people that get coaching because they want their ego stroked. And there's this one player. I remember it like it was yesterday. There's this one player that says, here's a game. I went I think he said 15-1 or it was 19-1. It's way different than Marvel. Like 15-1 or 19-1 is pretty drastic. Like that's a nutty game. And he was like, I went 15-1, 19-1. And I don't really think there's much to learn from this game. But I just thought that, you should look at it because this is. And I'm just kind of thinking like, bro, you want me to just stroke your ego? You want me to tell you that you're an amazing player and that you're just in this rank because, your team sucks? Bro, Oh no, it was 19-1. It's 19-1. That's what it was. So I did his notes, and if you guys have ever gotten coaching with me, you know that I write down notes. You know, I go 1, 2, write down things for you guys. So I did his notes, and he had 15 notes out of that session. I gave him 15 bullet points in a 19-1 game. I don't care about how you perform. It's what you're doing that will cost you in games later. So even if you feel like you're performing the best, even if you feel like you're performing the worst, I don't care. It's about how can we get you better at your core so that way you can climb. A lot of coaches sometimes either they BS you and tell you there's a whole bunch of things that you need to work on when that doesn't really matter. It's not relevant. Or what they'll do is they'll teach you how to play their way. They're like, well, you got to play like me to climb. So if you want to climb, what you have to do this, you have to do that. And I'm like, if the person isn't good playing that way, why would you teach them how to play that way, bro? Teach them how to play the way that they know how to play. So that's why usually when I'm coaching other people and I see that they have a specific play style, I'm just like, well, do you? I'm gonna just teach you how to get better at what you're doing because that's how you play. All right, let's see. All right, here we go. I'm trying to improve at a GM level. What is something obvious I might be missing to improve my play? Obvious mistakes I could tell are wasted grenades. What? What DPS has grenades? What DPS has grenades, bro? Not crazy. Oh, hella? I mean, I guess you can call that a grenade. I call Invisible Woman's thing a grenade, so I guess it's doable. All right. It was very short, so I didn't bother. So this is kind of like one of those examples. You see how this player, and I'm not calling you out because I'm calling you out. I'm just saying this is like just generally what happens. There's players that will send really great games and they feel like, well, tell me the little mistakes that I do. But I don't really care how you perform because the little mistakes that's in their mind is not actually the mistakes that matter, right? A lot of these high KO count games could just be due to the enemy sucking. So why would I care about how well you do? Again, not like pointing this player out for being like to say that they don't know what they're talking about or they can't use help. But what I'm saying is like that's a very big misconception to think that you're not doing anything wrong or you're making very minor mistakes just because you have a great game. You could be making atrocious mistakes. But again, this is why I don't coach based off what I see. I do it based off your habits. What are you doing that will get you wasted later on? And that's it. If a visit has grenades and half the roster has them, that's how it is. Let me scroll up before it starts. Much appreciated. Probably I definitely took notes and heed on what you said. Yeah, no problem, Fourth. I think you should trust your Hulk a little bit more often because it's not as bad as maybe you think it is. Good record, but how they got that record is sus. That's pretty much how it is. You dropped 4 tech reviews. Almost as the last one was second half DPS. Wanted to drop one more, but I know you'll be ticked off. I wouldn't say I'm mad. But you do have to respect everybody else's attempts to get their replay as well. But yeah, this will be the last one before the season resets, so get your replays out. Stop being my twin, Lauren. Relax. Saints fan? Okay. Saints? Back when I watched it, Saints are actually pretty cracked. Saints and the Eagles. Saints and the Eagles were like one of the two of the best teams, I think, back then. Anyone watching NFL today? Like I said, I don't watch it too much, but if y'all are watching it in chat, feel free. Have that conversation. Have that conversation. What's up, Murray? Hello, hello. They were trying to ban Blade? Why? All right, here we go. All right, I like the off angles. We're already starting pretty good. Spider-Man's in there. As soon as you saw this dude whip, just like drop down. Because this guy should have taken you out right then and there. You did drop, but just be a little quicker. Only because there's some really cracked out Spider-Mans that'll they'll just get you. Okay, that's that. Turn around and continue to focus. What you're doing when you're dealing with characters that are divers or brawlers or whatever you really want to classify them. I think Thor is a diver because he can go to the back line, but people might not consider him that, but I think he's very flexible. When you're dealing with divers as a DPS, what you're generally looking to do is just scare them. That's it. Because you have to think about how long it takes for them to go from where they just were back to their team, get healed up, and then come back again. That's like 5 to 10 seconds, which means that if you did enough damage for them to run away, that means that you have about 5 to 10 seconds to play the game and possibly get a pick. What happens if you get a pick on the enemy team as that happens, then the tank comes back, or the diver, it could be a DPS diver, whatever. They come back, and then the enemy team is down a player because you took them out, right? So you took one person out, they're back, and now you guys can freely focus on this one because now they're at a disadvantage of a player. This is typically what we call target priority. You need to know what's the threat at the given time, and then you need to adjust your target priority based on that every few seconds. Every role has to do it, but DPS has a little bit more importance over that. You see how we're chasing? That's a no-no. We should be chilling and focusing what's over here. You already did your job. You got him away. There's no reason to chase. Right? Nothing happened. But what do you hear? You hear Spider-Man back there somewhere. There he is. And we could be focusing on that. We could have been focusing on the Iron Man at this point, right? So yeah, getting Thor out is great, but most of the time people aren't going to just get KO'd like that. That Thor would have been gone. Try not to stand out in the open. You gotta use cover a little bit more. You have your bird too, so don't be too afraid to do things. And cool thing about dealing with Spider-Man is he's not really that good indoors. So honestly, if you truly wanted to fight on this corner, you can, and then just dip in here and let him chase you. You put your orb down, shoot him a few times. He's gonna try to fling out, but he can't. He's KO'd. Just lead these characters into really dangerous situations. But the reason why you're able to play like this is because they're allowing you to get away with it. Like Spider is trying to deal with you, but he's the only one. Realistically, eventually you will get to a rank where you're not allowed to just play for free like this. You have to start using a little bit more off angles. And off angles isn't really just a big word. It was not really big at all, but I just mean like it's not some complicated word. A lot of people think off angles is this complicated and nonsense and all that extra. It's really not. What an off angle is this. Very simple, very simple. Where can I stand where majority of my team are not? If the enemy team is pushing, and this is where their eyesight is, right? Their eyesight is all here. Where can I stand so that way the team isn't looking at me? I can stand here. If I want, I can stand there. I can stand here. This is kind of sketch. You can stand up here if you want. You can stand there. You can stand kind of like up there. There's like a little building back there. You can stand up here. You can stand over here if you want. You can stand up here if you want. Now, obviously, some of these places are dangerous to stand. Don't get me wrong. But that's pretty much what it is. If majority of the enemy team is looking there, where can I stand so that way I'm not in that sight? That's all off angling is. And once you can learn that, it becomes very easy to learn when you should and when you shouldn't, where you can and where you can't off angle. The problem with this is that you can just get taken out just by being here. Pretty much similar to the rocket. Typically, people do not stand this close. So we know this is probably just a lower ranking game. Because you don't usually see this that often. This is like really close. It's funny because if you play in bronze to like gold, I think, players typically are way more separated and all over the place. And then when you get to like platinum and diamond, players start to get clustered. And then you get to grandmaster and it starts to open up a little bit. and then Celestial gets spread out again. It's funny because I swear bronze players actually know how to play the game more, but they just don't understand what to do. It's strange. It's strange. I don't know what it is, but the lowest rank always knows some. They know kinda, but they don't know how to apply what they know. This is why if you like see games with builds or anything, a lot of the builds you see high players do, it's because low players do it. They just don't know how to perfect it. So you always got that. In a situation like this, if you're really going for Iron Man, get up to eye level. This is a lot easier for you to deal with them. I will say you're doing a great job of making it so this guy can't play. Typically what you're trying to do. You're not really looking for KOs in this particular game. You're just looking to get people off angles. Get Spider-Man off of the team. Get Thor off the backline, etc., etc. Oh, that sucks. Oh! Well, that's good. I like the drop down. Huge. I don't think I would have ulted because you guys lost this fight. You could have just saved it for the next team fight. But again, this is not something just DPS players deal with, or something tanks or supports. Everybody has moments where they just waste their ult when they could use it for the next fight. What's up, Knife Wife? Hello, hello. Thank you for the lurk. Speaking of which, remember you guys, I stream on Twitch and YouTube. So if you guys want to watch on Twitch, go ahead. If you guys want to watch on YouTube, go ahead. Whatever you're comfortable with. I like how you're hyper focused on that spider. It's huge. Like I know dealing with that character is super annoying. Like I think Spider is one of the most annoying divers in the game. Yeah, I think he's one of the most annoying divers in the game. So it's super irritating. But I like that you're hyper vigilant. I don't know if you're on comms. I don't know if you're pre-made. But if there's anything that DPS players could learn, is how to pay attention to all of it. We're looking at Spider. We're looking at Thor. I feel like we could position a little bit better. But for the most part, you're understanding the assignment. You're understanding that if I get dove, we need to pay attention to it so my backline is safe. Your target priority is definitely there. So that's a good thing. That guy is crazy. Good cap is annoying? Is he though? Is a cap annoying diver? Is Cap an annoying diver though? I mean, am I just being biased? I feel like he's not though. This is a nice little off angle. It took us a very long time to start having off angles, but this is nice. A little bit too close. Mind your spacing. So far, I really, really, really like your awareness. Again, I don't know if you're on comms. If you're not on comms, huge awareness. If you are, well, I mean, they're telling you where people are. It's still good that you're paying attention to it, but it's not as impressive because you're being told. But I still like it. You're looking in the right direction at the right time. You're targeting the right characters at the right time. The only thing I would say is more or less just positioning a little bit better. Mind your spacing and try to use off angles a little bit more. But you're doing really good on the offensive part. Once you start climbing, you're going to realize how much more important it is to have better positioning, and that's going to gradually come. But for the most part, yeah, for the most part, I guess more or less what's happening is it's just kind of like It's like you're confident. And that overconfidence is making it so that, oh, you're flanking now. Okay, now you're off angling. I don't know why you didn't do it before. This is nice. But I feel like you're doing a lot of risky stuff because you can get away with it. So I wouldn't know what your playstyle would be should you know that you're not going to get away with something. But what I can tell you is just be prepared for when it doesn't work. That is why. You're going to have to position a little bit better, mind your spacing a little bit more, and you'll be good to go. Nice. Yeah, you see how you're not really getting punished for how you're playing? You're playing really, really aggressive and just nobody cares. That is not something that's normal. I think Magic is too busy trying to take out the supports. Like, Magic just has to try to fight you over and over and you'll be chilling. I'm going to watch her gameplay for a second. I'm going to watch hers and Hella's. Okay, so you have an Iron Man that they have to worry about. Let's see what her target is. Okay, so she's just a button mash Magic. Got it. Yeah, these players are just allowing you to get away with it. So I can't really say much to your positioning and to your spacing because again, you're kind of just getting away with whatever you want to do. It's similar to when I play games if I'm playing Cap, and it looks like, oh my god, you're such an amazing Cap player, but I can tell that they're just not shooting me properly. They're not focusing me. It looks way different, right? I could see through it. You're just getting away with it, and you're gonna hit a wall eventually. And when that happens, it's because of that. So once it starts happening, once you start hitting that wall, just kind of keep in mind, like, oh, okay, it's just because I need to position a little bit better, or I need to space a little bit better, or I need to off angle a little bit more, and that's it. But in terms of just like your target priority and your awareness, again, if you're on comms, it's not as impressive. But if you're not on comms, very impressive target priority and awareness, because that's something a lot of DPS don't do. As you just see, that Magic player literally is just going for healers when clearly you're one of the main people that they need to deal with. Iron Man is going for healers when clearly, not Iron Man, I'm sorry, Hela is is going for the wrong dude. He's going for Iron Man, but Iron Man's not the problem, it's you. You see what I mean? Like, that doesn't happen in high ranks. High ranks, if you start to be a problem, they start to focus the problem. And that's the scary part. That's why I don't like doing good. That's why I don't like doing well. Because if I do well, I know I'm about to have a target on my back. I hate it. It sucks. But that's how it works. All right. Did we do Jedi Chungus? No, we didn't. Okay. That's a lot. Are you still in my Discord? Okay, you are. I was gonna say, because if you left this, this is descriptive, but if you left this and then you left my Discord, we weren't gonna do it. Before I read it, because there's a lot. I want to make sure that you didn't just post it and leave. All right. Let's see. Not you, Chaos. Somebody else. Oh, you're just saying you don't know if we did it. Okay, so this is what they said. They said, I don't know. I just feel like we could have won this game. My mistakes, I noticed. I started off on my phone finishing a video, so I let a couple people KO on accident. I KO'd to Bucky ult, and I don't know what I could have done there. I KO'd to Iron Fist with bubble off CD. I have a bad ult when Angela uses hers in the first round. I thought team push was coming off of it and reacted. Second round, I went rocket because I felt I wasn't getting enough heal. I wasn't getting healed from my Loki. Possible. Because sometimes Loki players just whiff all their shots. And hoped he would swap to C&D because I felt like he was playing well. Oh, well then, that's not too bad. I do notice that like if some supports don't get their cloak and dagger or some supports don't get their invisible one, they kind of suck, man. Like I don't know, cloak and dagger means specifically. It's like they don't know how to play anything else sometimes. I spent too long trying to get in the waterfall to start round 2. I'm guessing this is that one map. And I know I lose track of the be right back a lot. My KO to Namor was deserved because I was standing still. My next KO, I got caught out of position because I wanted to play in the ult, and because of Namor's Earthbound, I was SOL. Same with my last KO. I was out of position, saved myself, but then got lasered, cross map by Squidward. All right. So what we see, this is nice because it does show that they are very they're aware of mistakes that they're making. But the one thing about this is you want to be careful because this is a lot of surface level mistakes. These are those mistakes that like you don't really improve by fixing. You might be thinking, well, Poppin, aren't all mistakes technically mistakes that you can improve on, and then you can. Well, no, not really. Some mistakes are just basically human errors. You know, we're just gonna mess up. I always say the difference between high ranks and low ranks when it comes to mistakes is just the frequency. So you're never gonna stop making mistakes. And then again, that's why I don't focus on that. I know some coaches do focus on that. I don't know about this game, but for League of Legends, there was a lot of coaches that would focus on like those mistakes. And I'm like, but they're gonna make them anyway. So why are you harping on them? But the mistakes that you are making, that you just wrote out, it's good that you're aware that you're making them. But honestly, those aren't the things that are. You want to see the catalyst of the mistake. So you want to see not the mistake itself, but what made us make that mistake. Once you fix what makes that mistake, those mistakes won't happen anymore, or they'll be very infrequent. So that's what we're looking for. We want to figure out what really caused that mistake. All right. I feel like walking in this skin is kind of crazy. Is it me? Do you Cloak and Dagger players feel off when you use this skin? If anybody has bought this skin, I feel like she's a little different because she's not in her typical heels. Maybe I'm weird, man. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. It just looks like it's different to me. Her walking is skates. Maybe that's why. Like mentally, my brain is like, you don't walk on skates, bro. You skate on skates. Maybe that's it. All right, we'll get out the first fight because they said they were on their phone. So we'll just go to the next one because they lost this fight. I wonder if they thought about making her skate, but they were like, no, we can't do that because they'll look like Luna. All right. So one of the main things you want to do as strat is to just make sure that you're keeping as much as possible in front of you. You don't want to spin your camera a lot. So if you ever feel like, well, every single time that I'm playing, I always got to look around because my DPS is all over the place or something. You want to leave buffer. You want to leave room just enough for the divers, whether it be your tank or your DPS. You want to leave enough room for them to hop out, do whatever they want to do, and come back and still be in front of you. If you find that your divers are hopping in and then they end up behind you somehow, that means you're too close. So whenever you notice that, step back, create that space. The only time that you want to be close is if you're getting dove on by something, then obviously you can't be by yourself like that. But if you feel like you're safe, leave a little buffer room so you don't have to constantly turn your camera every single time a DPS comes back or a dive tank comes back. See, like that? That's not your problem. If someone overextends as a diver and gets KO'd, it's their fault. I'm a very selfish support. I'm not gonna lie. Here is how you guys need to treat divers. Like 1000%, if you're a strategist player, you need to treat divers like this or you're gonna lose games. I promise you, you're gonna lose games. Anybody that gets out of the vicinity of your character, that's it. Bro, if you want to go over there and play, have fun. I'm here. I got home cooking when you need it. But Brian, I don't have no, to go. I don't got no to go away bags, bro. I don't have no doggy bags for you. You have to come back to get some food. Every single time they leave, do not worry about it. That's them. They're on their own. They'll get hungry and they'll come back. If you guys as healers continue to try to chase these people every single time just because they get low when they're doing something they should not be doing, you're getting yourself out of position and you're training yourself to not be a good support. I guarantee it's not going to work once you get to a certain rank and you're going to be hard stuck, because that's not how you play the game. You don't play the game babysitting people. It's the equivalent of tanks not wanting to babysit the strats, or a DPS not wanting to babysit the strats. Strats should know how to position. If they're getting sniped by Hawkeye or Hela, that's nobody's problem but theirs. It's the same if a diver goes in and they get really low or KO'd. It's not because, oh, my strats aren't healing me. It's because, bro, you're being stupid. You should have come back well before you got that low, and I could have healed you and you could have played the game again. You know what I mean? So never do what that player did here. Not saying that they're bad for doing it, but it's just kind of something where you feel like it's your job. You're obligated to heal people that run away from you. No. You stay in your position. You see how I spoke to you guys about something backing up away and you're in front of them? It means you're too close. That should never happen. You need to leave buffer room so that when they retreat, you're not in front of them. You're just too close to the tank right now. You're too close to the tank. Because now you're just kind of stuck, right? You're going to get KO'd here by yourself, or you're going to walk out trying to run away and get blasted by their entire team. They don't even realize that these little cloak and dagger bubble, or not bubbles, but the cloak and dagger, like, I guess they're daggers, huh? Are coming from the left side of their screen, bro. Like, look at these guys. Like, you should have been KO'd. Look at this Bucky. Just look real quick. In what world do you not get KO'd here? You turn into cloak, right here. You would have got lit up so fast, but they're not paying attention. Iron Fist. Like, there's no way you survive. You should not be okay there, but you are. Bro. 2 DPS see you. Adam Warlock sees you. They all see you. And you're just getting away with it. Nobody cares. You're still there by yourself. This is unreal. There is no world. There's no world where no. How long do you sit here? I'm just super curious. Oh, until you just decide to leave. Bro, I wish I can play games and be ignored like that. You know how much fun I would have? That is just unreal. There is no way. No way. But, this is exactly why I tell you guys about your habits. Because these habits lead into the KOs. Literally. You could say, well, I didn't get KO'd that time. But what happens if you do the same play 2 minutes from now and they actually pay attention? You're KO'd. And then it becomes, well, because my tank shouldn't have, or my DPS shouldn't. No, the decision was wrong the first time. You just got lucky. This is what I focus on. I don't focus on anything else because it doesn't matter. There's no way that every single time your dive goes in, or every single time your tank pushes forward, that when they retreat, you're in front of them. Because you get put in really crappy spots like that. Always leave a buffer so that if they back up, you can back up. If they move, you can move. And you're always good enough to not have to worry about putting yourself in a crappy position like that. We're going to see. That's right there. That's right there. That is what I'm talking about. And remember what we said. Let's go back to that comment. Not to flame you, by the way, this is learning experience. But this is what I talked about in terms of the mistakes you pointed out are surface level. They are not mistakes that are going to help you because you can't fix those. You're going to make them. You're human. But what caused the mistake is what you can fix. You specifically said, I died to Bucky ult, and I don't know what I could have done there. You did the same play 5 seconds ago, and you sat there for literally a whole commercial break. You did the same thing now and only sat there for 5 seconds and got KO'd. And then you said, I don't know what I could have done there. You did the same play before, you just didn't get punished for it. So, what we do learn, leave a buffer. Leave a buffer. You need to make sure that there is always, oops, did I do that? That was weird. You need to make sure that there is always space between you. So if someone retreats, if someone backs up, if someone gets scared, if your tank is really passive, whatever it may be, you are never caught in the crossfire when they walk straight past you. Okay? Never. If you can fix that, you're never going to end up in a situation like this ever again. That's all that it is. That's all that it is. Assassin's Creed level hiding. That's actually really funny. Drax level support. Again, not calling you out, Jedi. I'm just telling you, like, it's wild that you survive that, but you don't survive the other one when you're doing the same play. You're doing it again. You see how aggressive you are? This only works because you've learned this. I believe this is a platinum level game. So if you play Cloak and Dagger in bronze, silver, and gold, you guys know this character could just do whatever she wants. But this is why I have her at such a high tier until like diamond. Because once you hit the threshold of getting past diamond 3, that doesn't happen anymore. So just be very careful about having your tendencies transfer into other ranks. And this is honestly, it's not even just you. This is what a lot of players go through. And they feel like they're stuck because of their team, or they feel like they're stuck because of EOMM. And I'm not saying you're saying any of this. But what I am saying is that a lot of players feel like that. But what happens is they climb from, let's just say, gold to platinum. And then they're still playing like a gold player in platinum. And they don't understand why they're not climbing. I was climbing so well before, but I get to platinum and the games are unwinnable. And you're still playing like a gold player. You just happen to be in platinum. Maybe you got lucky. Same thing for Grandmasters making it to Celestial. You hear it all the time. Well, Grandmaster is fine, it's easy. Then I get to Celestial. All of a sudden, I can't win anymore. And you're playing like a Grandmaster player in Celestial. Well, I one went away from Eternity, and I could have been Eternity, and you got lucky to get close to Eternity, but you're still playing like a Celestial player. Therefore, you're not Eternity. You know what I mean? You want to prevent this type of stuff from happening, because what's going to happen if you continue to play the same that you were playing in the previous rank is you'll get to like platinum or you'll get to diamond, but you're going to start going right back down. And it's not because the game's against you, but it's because you haven't learned anything to even promote. You can get lucky and promote, and you can get unlucky and demote. It's still kind of the same thing, right? However, what's more plausible? You climbing when you don't deserve it, or you demoting when you do deserve it? Right? If I go on a 5-game win streak and I didn't do anything, I just had lucky teammates, and the game is like, okay, play normal now, but you didn't actually learn anything from those 5 games, and now you're in another rank, it's pretty plausible that you're going to start demoting because you can't hang there. You know what I mean? So really try to adjust your gameplay based off what's being thrown at you. And that's the easiest way for you to learn. I think right now you're just a little bit too close. I don't know if you had to ult there. Right now, I think you're just getting a little bit too close because your character is super abusable in these ranks. You're really good at fighting close range, though. You play all that really well. The problem is you're always close range. Sometimes you just don't have to be. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't have to be. Try to get that buffer. Try to only get close to your team if you're getting dove. You know, it kind of sucks when Strange does things like this. Because it's like, bro, you realize if I hop in there, I'm about to get lit up. Why would you put the portal here? Do you not care about me? Like, but I really like that you're hesitant. Because you're like, nope. You played that really well. It's like you're not blind to danger, but you're actively putting yourself in it. Just avoid it entirely. Just avoid danger entirely, and games will go a lot smoother for you. So something right here is pretty much similar. Again, what did I say? When players decide to retreat and run away, you for some reason never move, but they're gonna eventually get past you, and you're gonna be stuck frontlining. Whenever you see the fight leave, you gotta leave too. Like whenever you see them retreating, you gotta retreat somewhere too. I said this before and I'll say it again. It's like old cartoons. You know, old cartoons has that little cloud of smoke called a dog pile. Wherever they're fighting, you know, there's a cloud of smoke. And then like you see hands and feet come out everywhere and they're just rolling all over the place in the smoke. That's what you have to treat all team fights like when you're playing Strat. Every single time that ball gets a little bit too close, you don't want to get sucked in, so you got to move back. Whenever they start rolling away, you can be like, all right, let me go back. I got you. That's how it always should be. But what you're doing is you're just always standing there, and eventually the cloud is going to start coming to you, and it's going to suck you into it. And now you're a part of the dogfight when you didn't even want to be part of it. But now you're just in there. Now you got to deal with it. Just back up. Leave that buffer so you never have to worry about getting sucked into it. You see, every time you just love it. Every single time. I know that you like to fight. That's okay. But you got to be careful. That analogy is too good. I'm glad you like it. You didn't have to ult there. You weren't going to get KO'd. She wasn't even trying to fight that, and nobody was even there. Man trying to make a floating manhole cover? Yeah, that was a wild portal, but I'm glad that they didn't jump into it. That was good. You see how you started to back up? I mean, she kind of pushed into you. It's like whenever you're getting attacked, you back up. But whenever someone else is getting attacked, you don't. That sucks. I just think that was just kind of a team overextension. That wasn't really a you problem. All right, you said you swapped to... You swapped a rocket so they can play Cloak and Dagger. All right, let's see how this goes. He's toxic. Okay, I see you. What's your little hiding spot? I always think it's funny how Rocket and Jeff players just find little spots. They just find little spots to chill and attack. All right, kind of the same thing. Again, this is why I focus more on habits rather than gameplay. You got to make sure that whenever anything is fighting, everything's in front of you. You see how you have to turn your camera and look down to heal, and you don't want that. You want to be in a position where everybody's in front of you, so that way you don't have to look around a lot. Everybody can receive the healing. Because if you do that, one person's going to be over there, you're going to be looking over here, one could be over there. But if you're just always in front, or not in front, but if they're always in front of you, you kind of only have to look a little bit to get the aim, rather than having to look all over the place. So just try to find a spot. I will say this map sucks in terms of finding a spot for the healer. It is really hard on this map. You can get up there to the top left if you really want to, though. Iron Fist just being annoying. Nice. Did he just not think you were going to turn around and shoot? That's wild. What was he doing? That man wild for that. Find yourself a spot. Yeah, I was going to say, this is setup time. You won the team fight. Now set up. Find yourself a spot. Be ready for the fight. Don't do it while you're fighting. You see what happens when you do it while you're fighting? People get KO'd. You got to do it before the fight breaks out. You don't need to ult. You're chilling. A lot of your orbs are bouncing on that tree right there. Try to make sure that you're aiming in the right location. I'm surprised you're not getting taken out right now, by the way. If I were playing Rocket right now and doing this, you know how fast I'd get shot? This is wild, by the way. Like, how do you do this? Like, what is your secret, bro? The way, the sheer audacity that you have. But then you don't even get punished. How do you do that? What is the secret sauce? Jesus. Like, I'm over here with this freaking, with this generic mom and pop shop sauce. You over here with the good burger sauce, bro. How? You sit there for so long and nobody cares. This is actually insane. So I will say, you're can't even speak. I'm so flabbergasted. The positioning itself is fine. That I like that you reposition, but just kind of time it. You reposition a lot when your team needs you, so you're not actively shooting. And if you are trying to reload while repositioning, he won't reload, so that you're running around not reloading. So just kind of time your repositions. Why are people playing Adam? What's up with that? All right. Nice. I've been seeing so many Adams lately. For no reason. They don't even have the skin. All right. Same thing. Right, we want to make sure there's a buffer between me and the team. We want to make sure that we are positioning it in the right spot so we're not looking around everywhere. It's like you always make your gameplay harder because we're not thinking ahead before we start. If you just remember there's a setup phase before each fight, set yourself up first. That sucks. It was a lost fight anyway. I don't really know why she ulted. I don't really know. I think Adam's fun to play too, but he sucks. Oh yeah, when Cloudy said they have to nerf Adam. Adam nerf's coming. Identify when the fight's over and just wait. If you're a strategist player trying to keep someone alive when the whole entire team is getting KO'd, what you're basically doing is staggering your team indirectly. So if it takes Iron Fist 2 seconds to get KO'd here, but I'm healing Iron Fist and he lasts for, I don't know, 5 to 10 seconds, you're basically prolonging his KO. So instead of 10 seconds to get, KO'd and spawn back, and then maybe like 10 seconds to walk back, that's 22 seconds. But if you made him last for an extra 10 seconds, that's 32 seconds. A lot can happen in 32 seconds. So if you feel like a fight's going to be over, let the person get KO'd and then reset. Don't try to keep them surviving. And even doing stuff like this, adding the be right back, it prolongs it even more because he comes back and tries to fight again. This is how you basically control your team as support. You should know when to give the heals versus when not to give the heals. Because you need to let them know that they need to get KO'd. This is a very strange playstyle. But when you're playing strat, it's more than just healing. You have to really know. You have to really know, like, you're doing a lot of reposition. I like it. But you have to really know kind of what's happening next. And you have to see it as a strategic game, so to speak. Because you're a strat, generally, without your ultimate, you don't have a lot of agency. Like, yeah, there's some characters that do, like, Mantis or Adam in terms of, like, their damage. But realistically, strats don't really have a lot of agency other than just a few playmaking skills here and there, or playmaking potential. So you have to see it in a way of like, my tanks are the guys that will survive for my DPS to do damage, and I help sustain that. If it's not lined up properly, if one of your tanks gets KO'd, or maybe two of your DPS get KO'd, you should know from there that the fight's probably over. And so you don't want to waste your ult. You don't want to waste heals. Just let it all happen and then reset. This is how you technically carry a strat. You have to identify, can you possibly continue to play the game or not? What a lot of strategist players typically do is they just play pocket. They play the pocket and they just heal. If someone's low, heal. If someone's low, heal. If someone's low, heal. And that's pretty much it when it comes to healing. And then they wonder, well, my team's always staggering and I don't know how to get them back. It's because you're enabling bad plays. If you're playing strat, you can't enable bad play. It's, again, similar to chasing someone, a diver that gets really low. You're like, oh my God, I'm coming. You're enabling bad play. If you want to carry a strat, don't enable bad plays. If people are stupid, let them be. You will win more games because they will learn to not be stupid. Indirectly, you're teaching them. So technically, you become coach of that match. Technically. It's hard to know when you're autopiloting into these bad habits without someone telling you. Yeah, that's why I focus on habits. That's why I said a lot of the mistakes that the player was sending in, it was very surface level. They were just like, well, I'm getting KO'd here and I don't really know what to do there. And then, and that's surface level. You want to figure out what's putting you in that position in the first place. And then from there, you can dissect how you figure it out. All right, so this player said pick any of their tank games. I forgot how you look up people. Oh, I don't think you can look up people if you're not level 5. So we would have to go to the Marvel Rivals website. You see the season 3 characters for Squadra? Yeah, I think it's Super Saiyan 2. I forgot the name. I want to keep calling her full name, Caulifla, but is it Kefla? I think it's Kefla. Then Vegito, and then Bardock. I didn't even know Bardock turned Super Saiyan, bro. That's how much out of tune I am. That's sad. I guess that's probably just because it's like a spinoff. Even if you VOD review, if you don't know it's wrong, you can't identify it. Yeah, that's what. That's exactly true. Whenever I tell people to, whenever I tell people to review, I always tell them specifics because, yeah, it is very hard to know. All right, so this player said, it's very short. They said, pick any of my games, tanking, completely up to you, just trying to improve as a tank. I do good most of the time, but definitely room for improvement. My history is open. So this is a Thor player. Playing a lot of Thor and just winning a lot of games off of it. And you guys know why that is. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick a very, very good game. And we're going to see why. And we're going to have to identify what exactly it is that's causing them to get away with it and how to fix it. Oh, turn it in the movie so it's not fully canon. Oh, that would make sense. Because, yeah, I don't remember ever seeing it. There's this one Thor player that we played with against, I think twice. Dude's super annoying. We beat him both times, but that dude is a beast. I saw him other seasons too. I don't forget people that are really good. And I saw him other seasons too. And I was like, as soon as I saw his name, I was like, you're going to be a problem, bro. You're going to be a problem. The higher you get, the more you see the same people. So I was like, you're going to be so irritating to deal with, my guy. You're going to be so freaking irritating. So this is a GM level game. And they did pretty well. But we want to see if they did well because they did well, or did they do well because Jeremy? Huh? Oh, in terms of the Thor player, no, it was like his name was like Nightmare or something, I think. But yeah, I've seen him in other seasons, and that dude is annoying. He's super annoying. What the? Oh, okay, we're starting to flank first. Okay, we're getting spicy. That's what I like to see. Let's go. So this type of stuff, I'm okay with. Why? You already have another tank, so you're chilling. Perfectly fine. I honestly wouldn't do it though until I see their team, because you don't know if your team can't even walk out of spawn because they're getting smacked all over the place. So this is more of one of those scouting testing phases. Nothing wrong with it, but just adjust your playstyle should it be a problem. Not gonna lie, Thor is surprisingly quiet for how big this dude is. Nice. Open up the battle. Continue to fight. Went trading 1 for 1. Perfectly fine. Well, it wasn't really 1 for 1 because you did get a KO. So basically, when you're dealing with characters that are divers, even Rushdown, your goal is to break open the team somehow. Like, if you think about it this way, their entire team, DPS can do it too, obviously, but if you think about it, the entire team is like in a really tight formation, right? Really tight formation. Whatever, however you want to do it. And your team's trying to push through. Well, sometimes it's super hard and your team's going to get repelled repeatedly. So how do we fix this? Well, you have to either play a character that can break open the thing or really like suffer. This is why usually if I do get put in this situation and maybe I started off on Mag or Strange, I will hop onto another character. This is why a lot of DPS will sometimes switch to divers, because you don't really have a way to break the formation unless you play something that is capable of breaking the formation. So what he did was very smart, and it was to go around to the side. Like I said, I wouldn't have done it at that moment only because I don't know what they have, but he probably seen them through the little glass or something like that, and he could tell. And what he decided to do, actually he didn't even go from the side, he went from behind, got a free pick, which was good, right? This then broke the formation and caused them to start doing all this crazy stuff. It allows their team to then come in there and the formation was broken and they can push through. This is what Rush typically does. It's not this player specific, but this is how Rush typically plays. It's like, we just brute force, baby. What's up? He played a little bit different because he did a little bit of the flanking there, but generally speaking, that is exactly what it does. And that's exactly how you play it. But we have to see why we went 30-7. Was it because we played well or not? And I think what he just did was it was played really well. He traded. It was good. You're doing a lot of flanking. You're doing way more flanking than. All right, you're just getting away with it at this point. First time, fool me once, shame on you. Second time, fool me twice, shame on me. That shouldn't have happened. They should be more aware that you're doing this. There's no way you get away with it twice. We'll see if it happens 3 times. So I do want to highlight something real quick because this is something that we went over when we talked about Chaos's gameplay. Remember, there are 3 types of playstyles. So you have the, if I remember correctly, because I probably forgot, but you usually have 3 types of styles when it comes to characters, right? You have the first style is just kind of like the normal, right? The second style is follow instructions, right? And then the third style is more of weird. Oops. It's weird / funky, right? The normal gameplay is what you typically see players do. If we were to say a very normal version of Thor, most people would see what? Like, let me just ask you real quick, chat, just real quick. What is your normal version of Thor? Whenever you see Thor, what is his game plan most of the time? If you don't want to type, don't worry. I just want to sip my water, so giving you a second to type. What is normal for Thor? Front line with off angles. Okay. I don't know about the off angles, but frontlining is definitely something that you see a lot more of. You don't see the sneaky stuff, right? You don't see Thor's going around the side. You just don't see them doing that. Russian is another, right? These are the typical normal Thor gameplay moments. Now, when we look at it as following instructions, this is usually the Thor players that we see that, or people in general, not really Thor players, just people in general. These are the people that typically watch videos and then they try to copy everything. So you watch a one trick or something like that, and they say, do this just like me, or you'll lose. So the normal Thor is just like hitting and trying to play frontline. The follow instruction Thors are usually the ones where they dash and hit and dash and hit and dash and hit and dash and hit. And that's the follow the instruction Thors. Those are the ones that probably watch a video and explains like, that's what you do, right? Or they're trying to be really efficient when it comes to using their rune awakening. So they try to have rune up all the time or something like that, right? Just typical like bread and butter follow video instructions type stuff, right? Then you have the weird and funky. Now, these are the players that are in their own zone. They play how they want to play. All right. They might do some crazy stuff that just, it's not normal, but it works because it's weird and funky. People don't usually expect it. What he's doing at this point is weird and funky. This is not normal Thor gameplay, so he's getting away with it a lot more. Not necessarily saying that it's bad, there's a time and place for everything, but the fact that he's getting away with it, why not continue to do it, right? And so this is why it's important to kind of have all of this. Because yes, there's a normal way to play a character. Then there's an advanced way to play. And usually you learn that through repetition or you learn that through videos. The advanced way to play your character or just watching like replays like this. Or like you see there's a different way to play the game other than just the normal way. And then the weird and funky is where you get your own personal experience and you really start feeling for how your character plays and you really start understanding how you want to play yourself. That's something that nobody can teach you. You just learn, I like to do this, so I'm going to do this, right? After you learn all of them, you can start using every single one in your toolkit. So as an example, a lot of what you guys see me do with Cap is I will run in at the start of the team fight, just jet to their back line, and then kind of just like sit somewhere, maybe move around. That's just what I like to do. Not a lot of Cap players do it. It's just, I like to do that. I like to just go in first, look at me, and I'm chilling. There are some times where I have to not do that, and I have to sit more in the front and play with my team. I have to be a presence. I have to be there. Like, all this stuff is just toolkit stuff. All this stuff is toolkits. Then there's some times where I have to be in the fight and jump around. This is the normal cap, right? You're in the fight, jumping around. All of it is what you need to learn how to do. So I only bring this up because if this stops working, we got to see how we adjust. The reason why you don't want to stick to one play style in particular is because you're going to get to a rank, again, where it just stops working. We got to be careful. We got to make sure that we're actually getting something accomplished. So we're not. Look where the card is. Nothing's really happening, and one of your healers is on card. Just unnecessary. But it works because you're getting away with it. Thor is one of those characters that gets away with a lot more than he should because of the character is just very, very frustrating to deal with. But it doesn't matter if you're playing Thor, Magneto, Strange. There's no reason to push this far up when the cart's right there. You can push and sit here like she is, how Emma's holding. If you want, you can sit here and hold. Do you? It's fine. But we should not be aggressive here, because nobody can really fight with you. And you don't want to give your team the wrong signal where it's like, oh, let's go fight with the Thor, and then they just get out of position. So it's not always about, oh, I wasn't going to get KO'd popping. I was fine. I knew I wasn't going to get KO'd. That's not what it's about. Everything you do, your team notices. And if you don't want your team to follow up on you, you have to be careful about what you're doing, because they will follow up on you. It's just based off of positioning, especially if there's no comms. People just follow positioning. They follow stances, aggressive stance, defensive stance, you know. So yeah, all of this is just getting away with, right? I do like this though. This guy still has not learned. This is Grandmaster, by the way. This is Grandmaster, by the way, guys. This dude has been KO'd 3 times the same way, and he still does the same thing over and over and over again, not even thinking about Thor doing it again. So, could you say this Thor is playing really, really well? Or could you say this Thor is getting away with a lot of what he probably shouldn't get away with? I do like that he went back and started to play with his team. Very smart. So yeah, he's using all the tools. He's using all the tools. That's an ult waiting to happen. Yeah, I was like, bro, they're trolling. That whole fight you played really well though. Like the other stuff, no. They allowed you to get away with that, but you played that last fight really well. I always say you must watch my content because you play it how I played it. But pretty much that's how you do it. That's how you do it. I know I went over your stuff before, and I've done videos for you before in the past, but that was really well played. You decided to try to flank, right? You decided to do something, and then you notice your team getting collapsed on. So, and you went to go help your team again, which is what you're supposed to do. And then you started pushing out. You just played it. You played it textbook. That was really well. That was really well played, that last fight. That rocket would be going on my avoid list. Yeah, mine too. Mine too. You see Thor's run down main and bully supports in plat? Yeah. There's like the typical Thor way, and there's like the normal, then there's there's the typical normal Thor way. And then there's the instructions, like I said, like usually videos tell people to do certain things, and you can tell. And then you have the weird stuff that just works. Why does it keep doing that? It keeps popping over to that person. I'm the healer. Dealing with Thor is someone else's job. I don't need to adjust my gameplay. I'm doing my job perfectly. Yeah, clearly that rocket is like looking for the free win. So this entire time, our Thor gameplay has been drastically different. But I don't coach or do reviews to say play like me, because that's not how you play. We want to figure out how you can be a better player that plays your style. This is why you never see me usually make character guides or anything like that, because I don't really believe in someone copying people's play styles. We all play differently. You strength your play. My gameplay would never be what you're doing. My gameplay would be way different with Thor. And you guys have seen it on my streams when I play him. It's not necessarily a different rank thing. It's just how I process playing that character. There's also a lot of Thor players that will play very, very, very aggressive. You're kind of in the middle. You kind of play a little bit more strategic, but you still have that brawl Thor in you. I'm more of an awakening type of person. I'll brawl if I really have to, but I'm not really down. Giving up space, perfect. Going back in, hugging the wall. It was great. Okay, we're going back in a little bit. Yeah, a little bit too much. Hold up. Hold up, buddy. The reason why I don't want you to go in right there is not because you're going to get KO'd, but because your team wasn't ready. You see how they're positioning aggressively and you're running away? We don't want this. We want us to be on time. We want us to be together. So you're doing it well, but what we're doing right now is just relying on the fact that we can get out. Right? So it's like, oh, I'm going in. Dash away. Going in. Dash away. Going in. Dash away. Be a little bit more calculated. Yes, you can do that. But I'd rather you just stay in the fight if you can. You know what I mean? That way you guys go together. It might seem like it's like popping. That's not really, you know, it's not that much of a problem. It's not right now in this fight, but I guarantee you later on it will be. That was toxic. You didn't even KO her either. Good job, though. Well played. What's that, Puka? Hello, hello. Ooh. 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 Kind of there. Same thing, you know? It's like just a little too ham sometimes. Remember, what you do, your team follows. These are just human errors, though. I'm not saying your gameplay has to be perfect. We all make these mistakes. It's just something to think about. Like, that error was just like a mistake. I don't see it as something you do repeatedly. Nice. Good dodge. Okay, we lost 2 people, so we got to be a little bit more careful. We might have to let this point go. Yeah, ain't nothing you can do. Nice. Nice. So, fourth side, I don't know if you're still here. But you could tell what I mean between your gameplay, or if anybody that was watching fourth side's review. There is a difference between watching a player play and know what they're going to do next and why they're doing it versus just doing random things until an idea pops in your head. Although Thor is a lot more mechanical than the Hulk in terms of flexibility and, you know, what he wants to do, I can already see what he's trying to do. I can see the flow. I can see everything. You got to get in that way, fourth side, and your whole gameplay will skyrocket when you know what you're doing and why. That decision making is huge. I mean, he gets clapped for it, but he had the right idea. You couldn't have fought that fight, and he tried to leave. Yeah, a lot of Thor players go crazy and then run away. But there's a time and place for everything. You don't want to abuse the fact that you can. If you had the freaking shield, you'd be going ham. All right, now it's biting you in the butt. So you know, 1 mistake. All right, 2 mistakes. 3. We gotta be a little bit more careful. So we're not really timing our fights, and this is why Thor on defense is a lot harder than offense. Is because brawlers and rushdown characters typically can get away with a lot of BS on attack, but when it comes to defense, they can't. So you have to be a little bit more strategic and a little bit more calculated with how you play. So there should be a lot more awakening and then a lot more, I'm going in for a specific reason, not I'm just fighting all the time. There should be a lot more wall hugging. There should be a lot more of just that defensive gameplay style. And again, this is when you can always tell the difference between someone who's really good versus someone who's kind of getting away with a few things that they maybe shouldn't get away with. I like that you're playing you're hugging the wall here though. Yeah, just adjust your play style. That's all. Like you're not playing poorly, but you can't play how you want to play because you just can't right now. There you go. Now you got the opening. Go ahead. Just a lot more opening based gameplay when you're playing on defense. You cannot just run in there repeatedly. You have to really pick and choose when you can and can't do something. If you continue to pressure, you're going to get KO'd. Thor is very defensive. He is not only an offensive tank. People just don't know how to play him on defense that well. I'm not saying this player. I just mean in general. A lot of Thor players don't know how to play him on offense or on defense. It's similar to Cap. A lot of players don't know how to play Cap on defense. You know, people don't usually know how to play divers and brawlers on defense, so they get told to swap. But if you can learn how to do it, you're chilling. I know you were just trying to do as much so that it can stall out the cart. I'm describing your gameplay to a T. I've seen a lot of Thor players. I also play Thor, but Thor used to be one of the main people that I would review or do coaching for in the earlier seasons, because that's kind of the tank that everybody liked to play. Nothing changed. It's still the same. Definitely doesn't deserve the MVP. Bro, what did she do? No, she was pocketing you like pretty hard. I'm not even gonna lie. She was pocketing you pretty hard, dog. But yeah, pretty much just adjust your gameplay whenever you're getting countered by something specific. The one thing about Thor players that you got to watch out for is they're very good at doing the same thing over and over if it works, but they're very bad at adjusting their gameplay if it doesn't. So you're doing a really good job already by being a little bit more calculated. You're not playing as fast as they generally do, but you're still kind of finding your spots in some sticky situations. Some sticky situations. You guys are a lot of tank gamers. Relax. Chaos, which one do you want me to do? Do you want me to do one of your tank ones or your DPS? Which one? Out of the ones that you sent. Let's see, you sent 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I know one of yours has a lot of explanation to it. Would you rather have that one done? While you decide which one you want to be done, by the way, put like an emote next to it in the Discord, or like emote your thing. Put a reaction to it. There you go. React to the one that you want done. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Give me a quick second. And get some water. All right, I'm back. You want Lauren to suggest which one? Are you up to that task, Lauren? Or do you want me to randomly choose? All right, Lauren's gonna choose. Anybody have any questions, by the way, on anything that we talked about while Lauren is getting choosing for chaos here? Probably do one or two more. Um, then maybe I'll do some gameplay for you guys. You guys want to see me rank up a little bit or down? I want to try to hit Eternity. I don't think I want to go for one above all this season. But I remember I was saying I was shaking off a lot of rust because I didn't play in season 4. So 4.5 was a bit of that. But I think all my rust is pretty much gone. And I think now I'm pretty much playing at my usual gameplay standards now. I need to not take a break for so long. But that season was such a problem for me. I did not like it. Season 4 was awful for me. Didn't like the state of the game. I didn't like the state of the ranked play. I didn't like the state of high ranked play. Didn't feel good. So, that's why I didn't want to play that season. But it cost me. If you're a higher ranked player, the longer you don't play, the more it just screws you over. All right, let's go. We got it. So I'm not going to take that much of a break ever again. I mean, unless I don't care about ranking anymore. But I think I always care about ranking. Some people are like, I don't care about ranking, dude. I'm like, I can't play a ranked game and not rank. It's spooky. So, all right, here we go. This game was my best at Penny, even though I made the mistake at the end. Puka, by the way, are you still here? Seeing Penny just reminded me. I wanted to do one of your replays, Puka, but you be trolling sometimes. So I actually want to know, like, if you really want me to do it, I'll do it. Well, I don't know if you're a troll or not. So you gotta tell me if you're still here, Puka, and if you really want me to do it. This game was my best at Penny, even though I made the mistake at the end of the first point by holding up in the cave, but I held the second point, even triggered that Wanda by stopping her middle. Ooh, okay, spicy. So many times, but I know some of the enemy team players were real dum-dums too, so I can't take all the credit. Also, I took Moon Knight because that's what I was going to play in the first place, but I saw Penny not banned, and I was like, you know, let's do it. Also, how to improve my Moon Knight, because I want to make him my main DPS. I've been playing a little bit of Moon Knight. Only sometimes, though. Sometimes. You ban Moon Knight sometimes? Oh yeah, get that guy out my game. get that guy out of my game. The game I put is where I actually tried. The rest I wouldn't look at. Yeah, like that troll cat gameplay one. Bro, I was like, he is not serious. He is not serious. All right, let's see what we're doing with our nests. All right, gaming. Did that just take a while to load? Surely. It must have. Okay, I see you. Oh, but it got broke. So the reason why it broke was because this thing extended. So you got to be really careful about putting it way too close, because once things activate, sometimes it will just break our nest instantly. My trick is to put the nest here. Oh, My bad. My bad. I got you. Boop. My gameplay usually is to put the nest here because they can't see it. They would have to actually cross the line here to see it, or here. It also allows the whole thing to be kind of seen. And then what I do is I put the other nest in here. And then what I'll do is I'll connect it here, and then I'll connect it here. If you do it right, the web will also connect here. So I connect it here, and then I'll put it in that doorway. So then it covers all of that. The only way that they can get through is this way. The way you have it, it's fine, but it could still hit from the side like that. And the reason it exploded was because this thing activated. So gotta be careful. You had it a little too close. Bro left us on rant. Relax. Relax. We're good. You see how it keeps breaking? It's not getting destroyed. I think this thing is just activating. So just be careful. Also, you still have to use cover. You're just standing out. You still gotta use cover. That penny is trolling. That penny was kind of being a little goofy. Yeah, you still gotta use cover. You know what? Ironically, you're not the only penny that has played like this. I see a lot more penny players do this. And I don't know if it must be a streamer or it must be a YouTuber that's like telling penny players to play like this, but they are playing like actual like melee heroes. I'm like, bro, you're not a melee. What are you doing? I don't know what it is, but I've been seeing a lot of them play just like this. It don't even matter the rank. All of them just do some crazy stuff, and I'm like, what's going on, bros? What's going on, bros? All right, you're using cover now. You're gaming. You can't really play the game right now because everything's going off, so you're doing the right thing, just chilling for a little bit. You are gonna have to show your presence. I would just get KO'd here. You can't hold by yourself. Just get KO'd to reset. You're crazy. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work. I was gonna, if that worked, that worked. You guys see there's a running theme of like wasting ultimate. So it doesn't matter what rank. We've watched games from gold, platinum, diamond, grandmaster, some celestial, and everybody still does it. It doesn't matter what rank you are at. When I say the difference between high rank and low rank is just generally mistakes. It just happens more frequently. But we all make them. We all sometimes waste ultimate when we shouldn't. We're human. We are human. Yo, real quick, I never thought about it. But if you put... Surely not. If you put a web on the wall and it's not touching the ground, like this one's touching, but like if you put... I've never thought about, but I'm sure it's not true. If you put it on here and the spiders go and somebody walks by, does that actually activate? I'm thinking it doesn't, because if you jump on the penny nest, the spiders don't track you. So there's no way that they should track you on a wall. Mines, I know, blow up, but like, it's a shower thought for sure. I would never even play it like that, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. There's no way. There's no way that works. That just doesn't seem logical. If I could stand on here and jump and the spiders stop tracking me, surely on a wall. Surely on the wall, there's no way that works. Like, I know the spiders will go on the wall, but the spiders hit people that aren't on the wall. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think that works. I feel like that'd be really broken. I'm not pointing it out to say that you're doing anything wrong, Chaos. It was a shower thought. Like, for sure. You actually hit that? Bro. If you hit that 2 times in a row, godlike. Look at them! Look at the webs, bro. What? All right. Gaming, gaming. Yeah, dude, they pop out. Not track, but do they like pop out? I don't think so though. Okay, so I will say, be careful about just tossing webs constantly. Um, Make sure it hits because if it doesn't hit, it's gonna remove the webs that you have all set up. And if you get pushed when you don't have enough webs on cooldown to make it back, it's the you know they just walk straight through you. So be very careful. I myself am not an aggressive webber, but I know there's a lot of penny players that are, and they will just fire. They don't even care about their setup. Play how you want to play. You know, I'm not saying play like me, but just keep that in the back of your mind that if you start whiffing webs, it's gonna just erase all the work that you did, and they can push for free. You see, now you have to try to set it all up again before they push you, and the cooldown isn't that long. You know what I mean? So just be careful. You are really on point with these webs, though. I think you have to keep in mind that she's not a close range fighter, but she's also not a sniper. Penny is very weird in terms of how her spacing is. It isn't really. It doesn't really tell you. Like Strange is obvious, Mag is obvious, like Hulk is obvious, Thor is obvious. Penny is one of those weird tanks that you don't really know how far or close you should be. My thing is though, you should be pre-planning your gameplay. You should never be just trying to make something happen on the spot. A lot of your a lot of your KOs has literally just been that, trying to make things happen on the spot. Penny is a setup character, and setup characters generally cannot set up on the spot. If they try to, they'll get run over. So you want to think about fights, and we talked about this a lot in other replay hero huddles, but I'm gonna just talk about it real quick. Remember, each map has specific spots where you are supposed to fight. You can fight other places, but generally there's like specific spots. So let's just say your team got wiped in there and the door comes down. You guys could possibly fight around here, right? Granted, that's not what happened. We tried to go in and we got KO'd. So this is fight number 1 and we lost it. You decide to try to fight here, but there is no fight to be made here. Fight number 2 is somewhere out here. So this means that you got to be in there. Something popped up. You guys couldn't see it, but it was just a Windows thing. That means you got to be in there. That means you got to be kind of like back there. You got to be back there. Whatever. You got to get ready to fight along this path. And then the third fight is going to be back there near the end point. So there's 3 fights. When you're playing a setup character like Penny, Groot, something like that, you are trying to fight on the setup points. You are never trying to fight in between. There's only a few characters in the game that can really just pull this off. And it also has to be situational, not even just which character you're playing, but just how teams are fighting at that moment. But a general rule of thumb is just always fight the next fight. Fight the next fight. Never try to just make one happen because you'll just get staggered. If you get staggered, you get KO'd, well, your team can't hold and they push even further. And then you're going to try to hold on a really crappy spot again and you can't and you get rolled over. It probably won't happen this map, but this is what causes staggering. People don't really understand this, but they try to fight on spots that aren't supposed to be meant for fighting, and one person gets picked. Another person gets picked because of that person getting picked, and it just cascades and continues. And they're like, my team sucks. We always stagger. We always do this. But realistically, you're not fighting on the places that you should be fighting anyway, and you're just getting rolled because of it, right? There's strategic positions in every single map for people that are playing on defense to be able to defend. It does not matter which one, even Araco. Even though that's very hard to do it on Araco. Like, bro, playing defense on Araco is a scam. You just lose. I don't care. I like that little noise. I never realized Thor had a noise in this skin. I mean, technically you could have juked that now, no? With the changes? Could have juked it. They jump horizontally from the wall. I'm not sure if that's what they're asking. Yeah, no, I'm asking is like the spider bots actually explode on contact if they're on the wall versus in the ground. Because if they're on the ground, you can just jump above it and it doesn't really proc, right? But I'm sure if it's on a wall, it wouldn't pop off. It's just weird. Can you repeat what? What got buffered? I mean, technically, I guess you could just go back, but... Is this man eating coins? What? He ate the whole can. And you guys wonder why I don't like this guy on my team. The character is actually just troll. He's not a real character, bro. He's fake. I've never seen that. I've never seen that at all. What? That's his reload animation? Coins, bro? And the can. That's hilarious. But yeah, for that round, I would just focus more about setup. A lot of the fights that you were having just lacked setup. It wasn't necessarily like you were playing bad or anything, but you're not fighting around the setup. You're trying to fight in the moment, but that's not how Penny plays. Penny is about setting up. You got to set up first. You got to get in a good spot and then start fighting. My boy, a loan shark. Yo, that's a good one. I've been using Penny a quick play to help me recognize key chokes and better places for fighting. Ooh, that's smart. Sometimes she feels like rogue or thing because I'm waiting for the enemy to walk into me instead of pushing forward as much. Yeah, a lot of her gameplay is just more of holding rather than pushing. What do you mean I never... I mean, that's not my fault. All right. So Moon Knight has two ways to be played, but this time because of the way that he is right now, he can kind of play however he wants to. But the two ways are generally front to back, and the other one is typically sneaking. So when it's front to back, basically we're fighting front to back. We shoot the guys in the front, and as the team fights progress, we keep going. Sneaking is more you're trying to go for the flank and looking to one-shot somebody. In this particular instance, I'm pretty sure Moon Knight Onks bounce off the nest, so you kind of have a freebie this game. You get into a better angle, though. Same thing. Doesn't matter what DPS you are in. Try to get off angles. Try to give angles that are not exactly where everybody's looking. Remember, off angle is a very simple term. All it means is do not be in the location that majority of the enemy team is looking at. That's all. So if you're ever told the off angle, if you ever want to off angle, just get in spots where they are not looking at you. They're looking at your team. You do that, you're off angling. That's all it is. The Halloween reload eats candy. I don't have that skin. I mean, I have the Jeff Work skin, but I still never knew that's what it was. Nice. You off angled a bit there. You're doing the same thing, so clearly it's habitual. It's not actually a character specific thing. You are just a very aggressive player. It's like you learned how to play Marvel Rivals through Thor and you have no clue how to turn it off. If you can get that down and turn it off and on, not only will your Thor gameplay skyrocket, but your gameplay in general will skyrocket, because this is a big no-no. Big no-no. Average Jeff haters don't like his gameplay or heals. Poppins on another level of Jeff hate and thinks his reload animation is sus. That's actually funny. I guess that's true. If I do dislike the character, I got a lot of reasons to dislike it. I mean, you're still learning the game though, right? I don't think you have tons and tons of hours into this game. When did you start playing Chaos? Didn't you say you're new? You are super aggressive, bro. Holy, dude! I told Chaos. I said Chaos. He said what? I said don't play. Don't play how you're playing like an average player. You know, you're not really doing anything. You're not. You know, you're just there. You should try to do more things. Chaos took that and ran with it, bro. This guy perma aggressive for no reason. Just every character. I need to watch my words. Nash is the same way. When I say be aggressive, y'all, y'all take it. Be aggressive. So just like walk into the middle of the team every time. I can do that. Like relax, relax. Jesus, it's good that you know when to do it. I mean, well, clearly, you know, we have mistakes on knowing when to do it. But what I mean is, like, it's good that you do it. Huge. Because it's very hard to learn how to be aggressive as a passive player. But when you start being aggressive, you'll notice that you accomplish way more being aggressive. And you're like, I'm winning more now being aggressive. Therefore, it must be how you play. And what you're going to do is you're going to subconsciously start making that your default gameplay style. And when it gets to a rank where being aggressive does not work anymore, you're going to start getting stomped. Or when it gets to a rank where your teammates can't be aggressive with you and you have to play slower, you're going to start being stomped. So this is why I say it's a time and place for everything. Because you don't really want to fall in the habit of playing one way of anyway. Because sometimes your team is going to make you play slower. Maybe they're going to make you play faster. Maybe the enemy team is going to be better at holding you off, you know? In our defense, the instructions were unclear. Were they though? Were they? Nah. The way that I teach is in steps. Right? There's no reason to try to tell you to be aggressive, but make sure you're only aggressive sometimes. It's just weird. But if I'm like, be aggressive, take more fights, you'll do that. And you'll learn way faster because you don't have to think about, well, he said only sometimes. But once you learn how to do it, then I can tell you sometimes, and you know what it looks like to sometimes do it and to not. So it's better to do it in steps than to just give it to you all at once. I'm not trying to set you up for failure, but low key, I kind of have to for you to learn. It's part of the process. It's part of the process, but it's just funny every time. Bro, you and your little flank penny. It's good though. You're doing a lot of the weird stuff we talked about. Like you're doing a lot of the weird stuff we talked about. Like I could be joking all the time, but it is good that you are doing all this weird stuff because you learn way more about doing it. I still think that you should be careful because it's a little too funky, but it's important that you're learning how to do the weird stuff. So yeah, it's pretty funny to see you do it, but it's part of the learning process. You're learning what works and what doesn't work, and that's huge. We all had to deal with it. Every single character, every single main. You go through that phase where you do some really funky stuff once you learn how to play the character. I would want you to get up there again. Just kind of learn to get higher. It is always easier to shoot down than it is to shoot horizontally, or is it to shoot, vertically? So just looking down is always better. I guess looking down is technically still vertical, but you know what I mean. There you go. You just took a little bit longer to do it, but that's pretty much what I want you to do. Good job. Good job. You're a fast learner. I will say. You're a very fast learner. That's the difference between, like, this is not to out nobody. I'm not saying, well, some people don't learn fast enough. That's not what I'm saying. But, I mean, it's a double-edged sword because obviously fast learners kind of take off a little bit too far. But slow learners are a little bit more strategic about what they learn. What I will say about fast learners is that whenever I specifically say, you should probably do this, or, suggest something, They take it and run. And it's not a bad thing. You learn a lot more that way. But that is something that fast learners always do. They really take what you say. And I think when you're coaching people, you kind of have to be very smart about what you say. Because like Nash said, if you're unclear, you're kind of in trouble. But yeah, you're a fast learner. So keep doing what you're doing. A lot of what you're doing is definitely working. You are going to hit a lot of walls though, and that's okay because it will happen. But at least you're getting the repetition down. At least you're getting a lot of these like, well, does this work? Does this work? Does this work? Does this work? You're getting that down. People who learn a little bit more deliberately or a little bit more strategically with how they try to approach taking information and then using it, it's a little bit more like, should I do this now? Should I not? I'll try it here and I'll see how it works. Fast learners just rip the band-aid off, dude. Fast learners are like, I'm about to lose 30 games in a row. I don't care. I'm learning. I'm like, okay. Slow learners are like, I'll probably do it in quick play, or I'll probably do it if I'm about to. Fast learners just ruin all their points, bro. They don't care. I love it. All right. I'm a fast learner too, though. That's what I do. I just take it. I take it and go. If I lose, I lose, bro. But I'm about to learn something. But if you want to improve the fastest, that's what you got to do. You have to literally freaking run with it. But there is no right or wrong. If you're a slow learner, you're a slow learner. If you're a fast learner, you're a fast learner. We all learn differently. Don't be ashamed of each. So this person says, they were pretty brawl heavy, so I spent the game on Emma and Thing to try to blunt it, which ultimately didn't work. Felt pretty lost as to what to do to gain control of the fights. This one's huge because we actually talked a little bit about this. So this is a really good replay to go over to deal with Russian brawl comps that are very frustrating. Yep, can't give one celestial advice when they're in plat. True. We're going to do yours after, Murray, by the way. We might do 2 more. We're going to do Murray's, then we're going to do Puka's, and then we might do yours, Nash, and then we'll call it. So 2 or 3. I might play a little bit later, like I might take an hour break or something and play later. I'm not sure. I just don't want to be drained while playing, obviously. But I feel pretty up. I feel pretty like spry. Is that the right word I'm looking for? No problem, no problem. Let's see what's going on. Let's see how we could chill. Cause you're right, these comps are super annoying. Bro, ain't nothing worse than Rocket spawning you in such an awful location and you're just like, what do we do here? I have 2 options. I try to sneak or I just drop down and get KO'd. Why would you put the beacon here? Oh God. Let's see how this plays out. I get stuck here too. You gotta go this way. There's no out this way unless you go under. You just I thought you were about to be like, I'm done. I'm done with this life. Goodbye. Yeah, it was a bad spot. It was a bad spot. Well, that's unfortunate. Can't do much about that. I'm not going to talk about the first mistake of just getting run over because that's what happens. Generally, you have to adapt to what the game gives you. So, you have to get run over first. But once you do, you really have to think about, okay, well, how do we fix this? So what you're doing already is not something that you want to do. Let me back this up real quick. Let me back it up. Okay. So, you know what? I'm going to do something a little special for you guys. Let me do something a little special. I'm going to have to do it in incognito because I don't want my YouTube feed. But I'm going to do something special for you guys. Y'all ain't ready for this. Look. Poppin said he about to go above and beyond with the analogies, bro. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready, bro. All right. What do I always say? I always say that fighting Brawl or fighting Rush is literally like a fighting game. So I'm going to give you guys a demonstration of what it looks like, and then I'm going to explain it in Marvel Rivals terms, just in case you guys aren't sure what it looks like. Okay? So here you go. Let me move it a little bit so you guys could see. Did I do this instead? Nope. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, I'm just being giga complicated right now. Like, actually. Okay, let's just do it this way. What happened? Why are you so complicated, bro? All right. So, you'll see what I mean. Here's what it looks like. Kimberly is a rushdown character. All right? Remember, rushdown characters like to run at you. The only way you beat a rushdown character is to let them expire. You have to let them burn out, basically. So if a Kimberly goes on offense, you're going to notice that that person is going to have to, he's going to have to back up. So look. There's a rush. They're rushing. The way you beat it, you got to burn it. You got to wait. Okay, she's still going to rush. She's still rushing. The only way to beat it is you got to stop it. You got to stop. You got to chill. If you don't, she's going to run you down. You got to back yourself in the corner. You got to back up. She's rushing. The only way you stop it is by letting them burn out. When they burn out, you capitalize. But if you do it too early, they're not burned out. They'll catch you slipping. So how you beat it is you let them burn out. If you don't let them burn out, they will continue to run you down over and over and over, and it feels like you can't catch a breath. That's what a rushdown character is. So if we take it into context of Marvel Rivals, right? It's the same thing. Thor, Rogue, Iron Fist, The Thing, Magic, Daredevil. These characters, if you allow them to continually just like boom, 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 they'll keep doing it. There's no stopping. You have to figure out, how can I get to a point where there's an opening for me and then take my turn. It's just like fighting games. So in this regard, we're going to look at the Emma gameplay here, right? If I'm against the rushdown, right? Why am I going to the rushdown? If you think about it, right? It's not our turn. They didn't even use anything yet. We're actually ready for them to push us all the way back to the corner. You have to just be prepared and walk it back until they can't. So if we watch this in slow-mo, you're trying to hold your ground on a character that's designed to push through you. There is no ground holding. But after all of this, if you just slowly backed up instead and you gave her that buffer room, so what you want to try to do is give enough room so that it looks like she can hit you, but you kind of are a little bit out of range, right? Just a little bit out of range. And you keep doing that. Eventually, she's done. Capitalize. So you see, she's done. There is nothing left in her kit, but because you were in the kit the entire time, look how low you are. You could literally just you could diamond and just snatch her up because she ran out. She ran out of gas. That's how you beat rushdown. You have to let them run out of gas. Then you play. Run out of gas. Then you play. It sucks. I hate playing against it, but that's literally the only way you can beat these type of like characters. But you see how you're really low right now, right? Right? You give up the space, you're really low. But she has her cooldowns back again. So if you try to approach, what's gonna happen? She's gonna run you down. Just like that Kimberly in that Street Fighter clip, right? The dude tried to get up, the dude tried to fight back, but it wasn't the right time, caught slipping, and she finished him off. You can't allow them to damage you and hurt you, because by the time you get your bearings back, they're good to go again. The goal is to survive as long as possible, and once they're out of gas, you're free to go. If you're low, they can get their gas back and push you again. And that's what you want to avoid. So it's not like you shouldn't back up, but you just need to know when you don't back up anymore. Because look, she's at it again, right? At it again, right? At it again. And it feels like, oh, I didn't get a chance to breathe. Oh, you know, these characters are... You had a chance to breathe, but you kind of just took way too much damage. That's all. And by the time it was your turn to go, you missed out on it because you were too low. That's all it is. Once you get a hang of it, it's not that difficult to deal with. I just hate dealing with it because it just sucks. This also means that when you are dealing with a rushdown, you're going to have to back up a lot more to be with your team. Because the last thing you want is a rush character to go past you and wreak havoc in your backline. Characters like Rogue, Thor, The Thing used to be kind of like this. Characters like that, Mr. Fantastic, Daredevil, when these characters get a little bit too far in your backline, your team kind of can't deal with them at the same time as dealing with the enemy team. So it's just good that you guys stay huddled. This is fine, though. You're just backing up because you're taking damage, but there's not really anywhere that you can stand here. Rush characters are the definition of snowball effect? Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. You're getting the space back. I like it. But remember, there's still Rogue somewhere. You can't play until she's done. You can't play till Iron Fist is done. So this is pretty much how these characters work. Let's get to a little whiteboard here. All right. All right, what we got? So we have the 3 comps. So we have Poke. These characters are going to be pretty much sustain damage. These guys don't ever stop. There's always something coming at you. What do? It's always there. Then you have Brawl / Rush, if you want to classify it. I think Rush is more of a subcategory to Brawl, because I don't think every Brawl tank is a Rush tank, but with these characters, they're on / off. They run out of gas eventually, but when they're on, they are on. When they're off, they're off. There's not really an in-between with these two characters. You're on or you're not. I feel like I'm missing... Oh, yeah, Dive. Dive is pretty similar, but they don't last as long. So they're more of like, you could just say in and out. They don't... Their fighting doesn't last as long. So some characters like Iron Fist can be a Brawl and a Diver. You know what I mean? He can play to fight for a while, or he could play to fight for a one-tap and run away. Magic is pretty similar. So that's why I say some characters that are Brawl aren't always Rush. Some characters that are Rush aren't always Brawl. Some characters that are Dive aren't always... There's a lot of intricacies with these characters, but these are generally just kind of what you're looking at here. You're looking at sustain, on and off, in and out. So this lets you know how you got to play against them. If you're playing against a Poke team, right, there really is nothing you can do. Your goal is to just sit in a spot that takes less damage, and that's going to be when you use cover. When you're doing Brawl and Rush, you want to make sure that you're backing up, letting them gas out, then take advantage. When you're doing Dive, generally what you're doing is you're letting them do it, and you just hold your ground as best as possible while your team deals with it, and then you play after they leave. The problem is some players that are playing tank mix all this up. So they try to use cover when they should be just backing up and letting the brawler gas out. They try to fight the dive when they know that the dive is going to run away eventually, and they mix it all up. Sometimes you have to play all of it at once, right? And so when I said that you were standing in a good spot, you realistically were, because you're dealing with a Poke mixed with Rush. And you don't really have a good option. So you're just chilling here until the Poke wears itself out a little bit, and then you can move forward a little bit. But you have to go from cover to cover every time you're looking to play against a Poke. You're using cover a lot more. You see how you're out in the open? It's like you're playing against the wrong comp every time. That's not how you play. If this was all Brawl, go nuts. Go ham. It's not, though. You have to deal with Poke. You have to deal with Dive. You have to deal with the you have to deal with all of it all at once. This is just a freaking mixing pot of comps here. So yeah, you got to keep that Rogue in front of you. So what you did earlier was fine, but just back up and keep her in front of you. She shouldn't just be running rampant back there. But you also shouldn't turn your camera around. This is a hard game. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you. This is a game that I would struggle with. I feel like I'd win only because these guys are making a lot of mistakes. But obviously, you don't see the mistakes that I see, right? You're not there yet. You will be, but just you don't see them yet. But I would struggle with this, especially with 5 other players on my team. This is a hard game. This is a hard game. So I'm actually really glad that you put this up for review because this is difficult. Same thing. I know you want to fight, but just try to fight and back up so that you're not getting hurt at the same time. If you notice, just before that whole entire combo, look. There's no world where this rogue gets KO'd. I know in your head you think, oh, I got you, girl. I got you. But look where her team is. Right? Look where she is and look where her team is. That is not a line, but hey, it's kind of one. Look where her team is. Look where you are and look where your team is. Behind that rock. So there's no world where this KO happens. Because the only way that it happens is if you snatch her up, kick her back, and your team one bangs her, like instantly. Which is not going to happen because their healers are looking directly at her. So this entire play didn't make sense. Why didn't it make sense? Because we're playing into the wrong comp. Right? We're trying to do something into like a diver. Or we're trying to do something into like a poke. But we should be waiting for the on and off. Well, let her run out of gas. Let her chase you behind this rock. Then you activate. It's very weird. But I'm telling you, once you get it down, once you understand really that you're waiting for them to stop, you're going to start taking advantage of these people. This is what I was explaining with Nash when he was doing the Groot. I was like, that thing is literally asking to get KO'd repeatedly. But, you know. He didn't take advantage of it. Of course you get run over. Why? Because Rush is designed to play that way. It's not like they're better. It's not like your team sucks. It's just you didn't give them a buffer. You just let them be in you guys' face. And once you guys got pushed, there wasn't a way that you guys can deal with it. Yo, this Rocket is gaming. Okay, hold up. Okay, Rocket game. Aw, he was gaming. But this guy don't care. Yo, this Rocket's gaming. Okay, anyway, back to you. All right, so you got on the thing. Same concept, though. Don't want to play like this. You let them gas themselves out. Ooh, if you would have jumped off, I would have cried. You hear Iron Fist behind you. It's okay to turn around and fight that guy. Oh, don't do that. So your Strange just kind of baited you. There's no way he wins that fight. Let him be and just let him get KO'd. There's nothing you can do there. Like, at all. That was just a horrible decision by that guy. Okay. Iron Fist is so irritating. I'm not even playing this game and I'm getting frustrated. Like, how you get secondhand frustration, bro? Like, you know your character needs to be deleted if you give secondhand frustration. Seriously. Just hearing the fists go off just makes me mad. So you're only getting run over because, again, you're not playing how we described, right? It's like if you're playing against, again, this is the Street Fighter example. If you're never blocking, if you're never giving space, they just can hit you for free over and over and over and over and over. You're not really doing anything to stop it. In a sense like this, getting staggered is them hitting you for free. Trying to hold on a spot where you shouldn't is them hitting you for free. You really have to take the L and back up. It sucks, but you'll reclaim it later. But you're so... Here's what your gameplay says to me. And again, I always say I don't want to put words in your mouth, but your gameplay says to me that you're so focused on like counter pushing or counter diving or counter whatever. It's like, okay, well, if you guys do it to me, I'm going to do it to you. And that's how we solve this problem. And it's not. It's not. Um, that's never really what it's gonna be. Even if you guys are all playing divers, sometimes it's still not the answer to counter dive. Sometimes it's still better to sit. I don't really know why we have 3 tanks, but YOLO. But that's what it looks like. Every single time I've noticed, it's like you try to force something when you don't need to. Just be more patient. Just be more patient. That's all it is. Let them gas out. You definitely went somewhere. You went right back to spawn. You see, you keep doing that. Stop doing that. What I want you to do, I want you to practice this. Whenever you're going for a run like this, do it to leave. Hop in and fight and then run away. Or just use it to make it so the ground is grounded. Never dash in like this. There was another person we were coaching. We said the exact same thing. It is so not beneficial to do it this way. Just jump in and run away if you have to run away. It doesn't do any damage. And although it looks like you're CCing people and it's crazy, all you're doing is putting yourself in a really bad situation and you can't get out of it. So for anything players, everything player goes through it because it just seems like it's the right move to run into them. But I promise you it is not. Hop in there and run away. That's the only way that the character functions. Yo, get on that Loki up there. Oh, they got him. Nice. Cool. Oh, he was able to touch though. Yeah, stay there. Don't run into them. Don't run into them. You chilling. You chilling. There you go. If you got to ground, you ground, but don't run into them. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what I like to see. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I know they're mad. That was good. That's pretty much it. That was good. That was good. I don't know why you feel like you have to be so aggressive, but that's what's getting you. It's not like you're playing poorly or anything like that. It's just you're trying to be aggressive for no reason. In this instance, whenever you're aggressive, they'll be aggressive, and then they'll just beat you. Because their characters are better at it. Also, I don't know if you're on comms. If you're on comms, you can be aggressive because obviously you're talking to each other. But if you're not on comms, you do have to be a little bit more patient. So again, what do? We wait for them to be out of gas. You let Iron Fist punch and do whatever. You let Rogue do whatever. You let Hulk do whatever. After they're done, they all have cooldowns. All of them. Every single one. His cooldown is going to be the block. Once this dude starts rapidly firing fists, that's how you know he already blocked and he's going to run away soon. So you focus this guy. Eventually he'll run away. Cool, you're done. Rogue, her combo usually ends after she's in the air and she slams. After that, she kind of has nothing left. Most Rogue players don't technically do a lot of other stuff. They usually play the exact same. You might come across that one rare Rogue, but most of the time they're going to run at you, do the little circle, kick, whatever, drop down, do a little few kicks, boom, you're done. Or you're going to have the one that goes up, comes down, does the little circle, whatever. Well, you're waiting for all of that to go away. Once it's done, she's done. For the Hulk, usually it's the bubble. Once the dude bubbles, he's not going to play for a little bit. And then you play the game. You play after all of that. The problem and why it just seems so frustrating is because there's 3 characters that have to play like that, which means as a tank, you have to literally track all of it. That's what makes tanks difficult. Nobody's going to move forward without you moving forward. But you can't move forward if you don't track these cooldowns because every time you try to move forward, somebody's getting run down. Well, it's going to be you or your backline. This is why you have to be very patient and just take it little by little. Every time you win, you gain a lot more space than you would if you try to force it and get KO'd anyway, I promise. So keep that in mind. Okay. Let's keep moving. Doing good. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. Let them gas out. That's unfortunate. But it was good. That was unfortunate. I almost feel like this is a mirror I'm watching with the thing because I am not patient with the thing. Yeah, when I play him, I don't play him as much as I used to, but I do whip him out from time to time, and it is just about being patient. Not all the time, not all the time, but just in this circumstance, because every single time that they try to play the game, the team gets like removed. But you have to just learn to be patient at that point. You sent Ko-Fi? Did you send a thank you donation, or was it a lesson you signed up for, or was it a replay review? Which one was it, my friend? Also, just to kind of keep in mind for you, you're this one's kind of hard to say because it seems a little counterintuitive, but when you're playing tank, your job is to control the flow of the fight. It's not necessarily to do everything. And we touched a little bit on this when we were talking about fourth side and he was all over the place. It's a little bit different from that. Your job is to control the flow. Where are we fighting? Are we gonna be really aggressive during this fight? Are we gonna be passive? Whatever you do, your team follows suit. So you're not trying to KO Iron Fist. You're not trying to KO Rogue. You're not really doing that. What you're trying to do is tell your team, let's not fight right now, guys. And then when you're ready to fight, let's fight. What you're doing right now is like whenever they get next to you or get a little bit like behind you, you try to fight them off. That's not the goal. You're not trying to KO everybody. Let them be and just fight when you can. Slow down. Be calm. They can't do it forever, right? They're on and off characters. They can't just keep up the pressure forever, even though it feels like it. It feels like it. I know it does, but breathe. They can't do it forever. Fight when you can. That's all I want you to do. And I guarantee this match will be so much easier for you. So much easier for you. But you're always so active. And every time you do, you get everybody in a bad spot, and we always have to deal with it. I'm not saying your entire team getting KO'd is your fault, because it's not. Not at all. They have brains, right? But what I'm saying is the easiest way to climb and carry your team is to make it easier for them. The only way you make it easier for them is if you can figure out what's the friction and how can we solve it, you know? So just relax, be a little calm. You're chilling, you know? Again, just so why are you so active? Meloetta, what's going on? Why are you so active? You're not getting enough milk and cookies. Do you need a hug? I got you. Like, what is it? Because something's going on here. I think you need a hug. You need some milk and cookies. Maybe you need a Snickers. This is crazy. Ain't no one even do anything to you, and you just fire off your own. You just fire off your own. Wait, nobody hurt you. This replay is funny. It's funny because you're not the only player that plays like this, but it's also funny because I'm genuinely curious what's going through your mind with being so. Are you just mad? Are people being angry at you in comms? Like, you don't play. I'm afraid for your team or for the enemy team. Jesus, you're so angry on the inside, gameplay wise. Oh, it's funny. Give me a quick second, guys. Oh, man. Okay. My only shot at Thor is to rush her more. Clearly, this is just a running theme. You scheduled the replay review? Okay. If it was the written one, I'll get it done like ASAP. You don't actually have to wait. I just tell, that's just like my regular schedule for like people that want like on call replay reviews, but written ones, I do them. I do them as fast as possible, so you'll get it most likely whenever. You'll get it way earlier than what you said. I mean, I know you go to sleep though, so obviously you'll probably get it when by the time you wake up, but you'll get it. Murray, you're funny. All right, they got off of their rush. This is more just poke. So just use cover as much as possible. Sit behind the cart. Oh, you guys don't have it. I thought it was behind you. Sit behind the cart and just play walls. Oh, that sucks. Oh, but you're back. You're gaming. Oh. I feel like you have to learn how to use your diamond form a little bit too much, or a little bit more efficiently. A little bit too much. A little bit more efficiently. I feel like a lot of your diamond form uses is just to CC somebody. Don't play like that. No matter what character you are, you're using your abilities for you, and when you think it's the right situation. Most of the time. There are some times you will be doing that, but most of the time, you should be using it for what you think is best. Not just a peel for the backline, because they don't really matter. This is a better ult. Well played. I would have probably waited for Rocket's ult to wear off, though. But it was a better ult, for sure. Nice. Gaming. You gotta stay on point, though. Was your Angela even playing the game? I just realized you guys had an Angela. What was she doing? No, she was playing the game. Why did it feel like she wasn't a part of nothing? Was she playing a different character before? Again, my thing is just patience. This game was just all about lack of patience. You didn't really know when you should fight. And the only way you really know when you should fight is when you get that patience down. You don't have to fight all the time. What rank was this? I forgot. I don't remember what rank it is, but you eventually do get to a rank where it's like, all right, we don't fight all the time anymore. But is Platinum 3? Okay, yeah, you're not high enough yet. You're not high enough yet. But you'll get to a point where it's like, okay, we can't really fight all the time. And once you get that down, you'll be good. This is why when I say Smurf, but I don't intentionally play in low ranks just to stomp people. I do it to learn. But when I was climbing my tank only account, one of the things that I noticed in bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond, and this is something that a lot of tank players get upset about and struggle with, but a lot of what I noticed is that nobody really knows what a team fight looks like. Everybody just kind of like runs at each other. And it's kind of like team A and then team B. And it's like, bro, team B said something about your mama. And he's like, bro, what'd you say about my mama? Oh, nah. And then we just start fighting each other. And it just lasts forever long. Last man standing, battle royale type gameplay. But eventually it gets to a point where it's like we're team fighting. You're not there yet, but one of the things that makes it so that people who play in lower ranks on tank climb substantially easier. Like tank in lower ranks is really strong. Until you get to higher ranks and you just kind of sit there and AFK and pray for someone to play the game. But in lower ranks, it's really strong because you can control when you should and shouldn't fight. And if the enemy team doesn't know when they should and shouldn't fight, you just capitalize on it every time. It's so much easier to do it there because nobody knows. And so if there's any advice that I can give to any tank players in general, is to just figure out when you should and shouldn't be fighting, when you shouldn't be pressuring. In this game in particular, every single time that you pressured, you got KO'd. Or every single time that you pressured, they got KO'd. You're like your backline. You should be thinking about that during the match. And it's like, okay, well, do I just not play forward then? Guess I don't play forward then. And that's fine. Don't play forward. You know what I mean? It seems very simple on paper. I know. It's way more difficult to do in a match, but that is the difference. That is the difference. What do you mean? Backline don't matter. That's all right, Chaos. Yeah, the written one is when we're not on call and I write it out. It's way more detailed than any of these reviews. It's like actually like by the minute. So you can go to the timestamp. It's way more detailed. And then the on-call one is when we're on call and we go through the replay together. I give you notes, but it's obviously not as detailed as timestamps because those are literally, if like I were talking to you. And then the other one is watching you play, and then we do a replay. But yeah, thank you for the support regardless, which one you do. And like I said, I'll give you that one out like ASAP. Don't worry, it's not gonna take that long. Thanks. Absorb the brawl, bait the cooldowns, retaliate when you can. Exactly. Yours was a little bit more difficult than that because of the structure, though. Like, you guys had to deal with poke, brawl, and dive. That's a destructive combination. Your match was hard, so don't feel like you didn't play it well enough. And your match was hard, so do not feel bad. All right, we got Murray up next. Oh no, we got Puka up next, and then we got Murray. No, we got. Did I say Murray first or Puka first? I think it was Murray. You know, we'll do Puka first because we never did one on Pukas. We did a few of Murray's before. So we'll do Puka and then we'll do Murray. All right, Puka. Let's see what you're trolling me with here. You said, seeing if there was a way to turn the game around due to having the equivalent of a broken arm in a fist fight with Rogue. After going Angela at the end as pretty much last desperate play. Okay. Also, first death, I easily knew I cut off my line of sight. All right, Puka, let's see. That was actually a really nice explanation, though. So maybe you actually aren't trolling me. Maybe you truly want to know. Puka's trying to get ready for that season 6. I'll say Puka's not actually a bad player, but he just trolls all the time. So it's like sometimes I think, should I help you? And then sometimes I don't know because you're a troll. So he has to really want to play the game, and then he plays normal. But if he trolls, then it's like, okay. Oh, we can't help if you troll, buddy. You haven't done one of those? Oh, the written review? Yeah, the written review is really good for people who don't have a lot of time and really want to get down to the nitty gritty and watch the review themselves. It's good for like that. The call one is really good if you have a lot of questions. But if you're like, I just want to know what's the problem here, the written one is really good for being cut and dry. I mean, so far you're chilling. What I would say is just let them get a little bit closer. I know what you're noticing is like, well, my team is already fighting over there, so I want to get into the fight. But don't enable that. If your team wants to decide to go out there and be stupid, I mean, that's what it is. If you go out there and you get stuck, you get KO'd. Not really something you can do about it. Just wait for them to get closer. That's the downside of being a melee character. You have to wait. There you go. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. Cool. Was that your cloak and dagger? Who was that? Oh, that was a wolf. I was like, bro, what? Now you're just being too aggressive. We don't want to spawn camp. Relax. Don't be too aggressive. You'll get rolled over. Yeah, just like that. Which you already called out in your thing. Problem with stuff like that though is you have to remember that it will stagger your team. So if you get KO'd, you might think, oh, it's not that bad. But what happens is the cascade that follows, right? Some of your supports don't know what to do when their tank gets KO'd. Oh my god, the tank's KO'd. What do I do? Some of your DPS don't know what to do. Oh my god. Like, to avoid that, just don't get KO'd. That should be your thought process. So it's not like, oh my, I don't want to get KO'd because I don't, it's bad, which is true. But it's just a lot worse happens when you get KO'd as a tank. So trying not to do it is not necessarily for you, it's for your team. So be very cautious. Right, there's nothing much that you can do. Your team wasn't there yet. I don't think you noticed that your invisible woman got KO'd. So we should just wait. So everybody's KO'd. We just give this up. We wait for the next fight. You could still hold the point. Where's the... Yeah, you could still hold it, but I would just wait before you drop down. Oh, you dropped down anyway. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. It's not too bad because you got KO'd right back, right after them, but you're behind them now. So, you know. Yeah, right now it isn't even like you're not playing well or anything. It's literally just your team just never, they don't catch their footing before you fight. That's all it is. You sometimes do have to sit there for like 5 or 10 seconds to let them get back or to let them get on their feet again, because it's just going to be a rinse and repeat. You just got to let them. It sucks. Because I feel like every time I get KO'd, sometimes, my support gets KO'd, and then it's like I gotta wait for her to get back or him to get back. And then by the time that support gets back, DPS gets KO'd, and it's like, bro, what is going on? So you feel like you need to then go out there and fight, but I'm telling you, patience is key. If you see some people getting picked off, you gotta bite that bullet as a tank and just chill. It sucks. I hate it too. I hate it too. You know I hate it. I say it every single time I stream. But it's what you gotta do. Is what you got to do. So we don't fight yet. Don't fight yet. You can create space. Just get over here. But we're not looking to fight anything. Not yet. There you go. Now we're back together. Now if you want to be aggressive, you can. When that happens, just check to see if you have a match. You do. But did he ult already? Or is he about to ult? Where is he? He's about to ult. Okay. So you have a match. Yep. Perfectly fine. Well played. You win this. So you see how you win this fight here? I mean, the fight's not over technically, but you see how much easier that was to win? You just gotta let him get back, man. It sucks, but no matter what rank you're in, you have to. Even with the Hulk gameplay that I did, it was in gold, right? If anybody has watched that, you know that there was a lot of me saying, well, I just gotta sit here and wait for my team. There was a lot of that, but that's because players in gold get picked off so much. It's actually crazy how often they get picked off. But you have to wait for them because you can't play without them. Let's see what happens back here with Mr. Amazing Spider-Man. It's good that you have a lot of this push and pull. Thing about Rogue is like being able to go in and go out. You know, you're not trying to go in to almost survive. You're just going in, creating space, and then going back to your team and fighting with your team. Like that's how she pretty much functions. You're doing that, but you play Angela, so it's kind of how you play anyway. To be fair, good evade. Trying to get back to your team. Yeah, textbook. Playoff ult. Yep. Textbook. 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 Ult comes in, not your problem. Focus on people coming back. That's it. You're not going to do much to her. You just let the ult burn. I don't think I would have ulted until the portal because you knew it was coming. Oh, good block. That's a good eat. I hate when they spit you out instantly. Like, bro, if you don't just run away real quick so you don't get KO'd. That sucks. You lived? Oh, not anymore. Look like that's pretty much the end of the round. Okay, that was good. That was good. A lot of it was just waiting for your team to play the game. You play the game. Again, even if you don't get KO'd though, it's still a valuable skill to learn when you can't fight anymore. Because again, the Cloak and Dagger ults, and you try to fight inside the Cloak and Dagger ult with no counter ult at all. Even that, I like learning that and identifying that is the same as learning, is my healer KO'd or not? Is my team close to me or not? It's the same awareness. You have to know when you can and can't fight. It doesn't have to be, oh, just because my team got picked. It's, did my team get picked? Is there a diver in my back line? Do we have an ult to match? Do I have ultimate? Should I just wait? Like, it's all of that. All of that is going to tell you, should you fight or not? So whenever you guys hear me say, should I fight or not, or you guys watch my stream, I pick and choose to fight based off all of that, not just, oh, my healers was not here. There's a lot to it about when you should fight. And as a tank, if you know when you should fight, you get a lot more out of it. And lower ranks, it's easier to get a lot more out of it than higher ranks because those windows aren't that large. So I would definitely advise, if you are a lower ranked player, even if you feel like you don't act out at it a lot, at least be more aware that those windows are there. So that way, when you get to higher ranks, even if they're smaller, you still have a way to outplay a situation, or you still have a say so whether you should or shouldn't fight because you already identified it. Have you seen a Magneto diving? I think I've seen it once. You accidentally did. You got stuck in a portal and somehow got behind at the. What were you doing diving? I mean, I guess you just got stuck. Do you think there's a chance that Thor gets a buff this season? No. No, I lied. He probably is gonna get a buff. He doesn't really need one. Maybe he gets a cooldown tweak. He's gonna get hit with something. But I don't think he's in a bad spot or I mean, I think he's OP, but like realistically, I don't think he's in a bad spot or a busted spot. I think they might let him go under the radar for a season. Cap is gonna definitely get hit with something. There ain't no way that character doesn't get hit. Okay, same thing. Just remember when you're continuing to fight, make sure your team is okay. Takes a little second to glance back. You're pretty much blind to team up time? Yeah. It helps a lot when you know when you should and shouldn't fight. Okay, so you know that your support ulted first, which means that their support could have ultimate. So just know that you should be looking to KO one of their healers. I don't know how their Cloak and Dagger only has a 68% ult charge right now, but you should be looking to KO one of those healers. You know it's going to happen. There it goes. You also would check to see if your healer's up. Okay, Luna's still up, so the support ult could be coming out still. You guys should be all right. Why did she take so long to get to you? What the flip? Wait, what? Surely I thought she would be right next to you. I mean, I don't know if I would have just done the same thing. Like, do we chase my support or do we chase my DPS, or do we try to go to the tank? Like, I hindsight 2020, I feel like obviously I'd probably ult to save my tanks, but in the given situation that the DPS is right next to her and Spider-Man is ulting, I don't know, dude. Okay, I wouldn't sit there for that long though. Yeah, she took 3 years to get to you. That's crazy. I feel bad. That one wasn't your fault. I would have done the same thing. I would have, as soon as I heard her ult, I would have been like, okay, she's coming. And then, like, she didn't. And it's like, all right, then. That wasn't your fault. Yeah, I think you played that fine. Like, the timing wise, I think it was good. Okay, you trolling. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish here. We're gonna act like that didn't happen. Yeah, she didn't throw that. I don't know. I would have went for the tanks, I think. I wouldn't try to look for the fight. Is her leg extended? Or is that actually the length of her leg? Surely that's extended. Like, that's like animation extension, yeah? Or is she just that tall? Hmm. Okay. You are really trying to hold. I respect that. It sucks that your healer swapped to Jeff, because, like, that was unnecessary. That was just unnecessary. I hate that, dude. I hate when it's about to get to overtime and the person swaps to Jeff. That is the most irritating thing ever. Like, seriously. I would have swapped the Strange, though, in Portal. I don't think I would have swapped the Angela here. Chop her up. I'm about to go ham on this character in season 6, but season 6, Angela one trick popping. I hate that, dude. The blind just messes up so many character interactions. I hate it. All right, realistically, um, like, what happened here? I don't want to say it's your fault, because technically I don't think it was. I think you played everything pretty smooth. I just think that one Luna ult was an issue. Yeah, and I think that, let me see. Let me see real quick. Because the first half, the timings were just not there, right? But the second half, I don't think there was really much that you could have done differently to win this one, other than Portal, like I said. Because I think there was just an ult situation. Like, if you played consistently like this every match, I don't think you would lose every match. This was just like your support screwed you. Like here, just go for their support, but she kind of did it right after yours. You grab the cloak and dagger. I will say, if anything, pay more attention to the front line. I noticed that you're diving a lot, but this is one of those characters you have to meet in the middle. Because if he can play for free, it's very hard for your team to play. It's similar to like dealing with a rogue. It's like you can't really let the or Thor. You can't let these characters just play the game. You have to do something about it. You did turn around a little bit later, but it was kind of too late. Then yeah, here your support should have been ulted. I don't. This is like I said. I'll usually tell you guys if I really think it was something you could have done or not. But like the fact that she didn't ult well before this happened. Like, look, even Emma was low. But let me see what she was actually looking at, because I'm genuinely curious. So she gets ult here. Is she just not paying attention? Like, I would have ulted here and then just walked out. Yeah, this one was a support. This one was a support problem. This usually happens in little clutch times like this, though. But what happened after that? Because you have 2 minutes to play the game. There ain't no way one ultimate screwed the entire 2 minutes of the match. Oh yeah, this part. You wasted time. Yeah, you wasted time getting picked here. I was wondering, I was like, there's no way. There's no way that that ult was the only thing. But it was that moment right there. Because you just staggered. Look, now Emma has to play by herself and she gets knocked off. Like everything just cascaded because you got KO'd. It's similar to the first round. Like not the entire thing was your fault, but you realize once you get KO'd, especially for the last one alive, and then they go before you, you have no control over who gets KO'd before you get back. That's what happened. It wasn't the. I mean, that Luna ult could have been played better. Don't get me wrong, but it's definitely that. And then oh yeah, and then of course the dude swapped to Jeff. If we didn't play Jeff here, I think we win. Yeah, they stacked ult too. Bro, if this guy wasn't playing Jeff, you guys win right here. Yeah, this is a support problem. Like, you could have played that better, don't get me wrong. But that last round was definitely a support problem. And it's important that you identify those games. You can't, you realistically can't just be thinking that games are all your fault. Like, of course you can get better. You shouldn't just be writing games off. Of course, there's always something that you can learn and blah, 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 blah. But like that round, ain't no way. Other than you getting picked and staggering there, that last round, I think you played everything pretty fine. I think here Luna just did it all, and then the Jeff swap was just bad. All right, Murray, let's see what you got. Okay, more metal music. Honestly, if you just paid attention more to your team, you probably would win a lot more. Like, no nonsense. If you just paid attention to your team a little bit more, their ultimates, their, you know, what they got for you, pretty sure you're doing more. Can't be in that I do what I want mindset all the time. Okay. So the next one we have is Murray. Drown the noise? I mean, I guess. Is that what I do too? I think I do that. I don't usually say this, but I truly don't believe this game was on me, as we were all flaming our Rocket and Cloak and Dagger player who I think didn't really play support and was just filling. I'm talking Jackie Chan, WTF face with some of these plays sometimes. I played about 5 or more tanks this game and just trying to figure out how to help us. If I made most of the mistakes in this game, please tell me, but the true hilarious POV you will find in this match is, whoa, why are you calling out players? Feel free to give me any great points as you always do, coach. Thank you in advance. All right, let's see what we got. Need more bops and bangers? True. I can't play the game without my jams. Let's be honest. All right, we got one more review after this, and it'll be Nash. I know you sent 2 Nash, but let me know which one you want me to look at, and then that'll be it for today. Load in, Mr. Fantastic. All right, let's see. Well, that's a lot of lag. I like that you're using cover on the tank. Or you're using cover on the cart. What was that? Never saw that before. You're playing cover really well here. Like you're playing in the vicinity that you're safe. You're not trying to take space because you can't. This is good. Everything's good so far. Like everything is good. This is exactly what we talked about last time. Well, I don't think your replay was a tank. You sent some strat gameplays, but I meant in terms of what we talked about in our other tank videos or other tank replays. Okay, now you're getting a little bit aggressive. Okay, I just need to stop talking. Every time I do that, something bad happens. Every time. I just gotta stop saying stuff. It was good. Then you got aggressive. You can only take space given to you. You can't just take space to take it. Only push forward when you can push forward freely. Good ult, but your team, I believe, all got picked. Yeah. Nothing really to capitalize on here. I would have waited for a few seconds. Wow. Wait a second. What? What happened? That rocket just chilling up there for free. Oh, you just ate. That's all. I was like, what happened? But everybody shot you at once. Plus amplifier. All right, it happens. MK comp or strange quick play? Puka says strange quick play. We had a lot of tank reviews today. I do think that last rocket ult, by the way, was a little sus. It was like right after everybody got KO'd. Not gonna say, you know, that's what lost the fight, because obviously you walked in and got killed before the ult even came out. But the ult was definitely wasted. So in this situation, I know you kind of stopped because you had to reload. Right here. It's like you stopped your pressure because you're like, well, I have to reload first. And you're trying to juke. Don't do this. You just got picks. There's no way you get 100 to 0 by these characters. Just walk at this dude. Continue to walk. Because what you're doing is you're basically giving this guy room to breathe to then think about what to do next. You should have already been pressuring this guy. You see how you're like doing this? There's no reason. Move forward. You got picks. You KO'd like half their team already. There is no reason to be afraid here. Just run at them. That's what happens when you just don't play that pressure properly and you're afraid. They can get to the point where they can counterplay you. And now you have to deal with all this when you could have easily walked at these dudes and KO'd them for free while your team had the pressure. Just something small. Well, I guess it's not really small. It's pretty big, but that's why it's always important. Always important to remember to pressure when you can pressure. You get so much done. You don't really need to play guard dog. You could go try to cut people off, or you can go try to take out somebody in the back line. Even if you're playing strange here, you're like escorting the cart. It was good when you were on Emma earlier because you guys had to get out of base, but you guys have pressure now. You don't need to escort the cart. You can get some space if you need. I'm not saying overdo it, but you know. You don't need to babysit. That was good. Yeah, I like this. I feel like you're probably a little bit more confident on doing it with Angela than you are the other characters, but it's perfectly fine to do it with them too. Not this deep on other characters, but you know, you don't have to be on cart. You're trying to play a little bit more patient. It's fine to be patient, but if you have the advantage, you need to press that ASAP. That was a good ult. Jesus. Gaming. So situations like this, don't worry about Venom. Again, go try to do something back here. Pressure, 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 pressure. A dive character is in and out. By the time you get to him, he's going to be back out or he's going to get KO'd. There's nothing that you do extra here. So you don't have to go with this guy. Now, I'm not saying get yourself KO'd. Obviously, be careful. But you don't always need to be back there dealing with him. He was by himself, so your team should be able to KO him. If not, you guys lost anyway. If your team can't 5v1 a tank, I don't know what to tell you. Bro, that Squirrel actually hit you? Squirrel got accuracy. Okay, girl. Do your thing. Do your thing. I very rarely see Squirrel Girls hit people in the air. That's what you mean by on and off aggressive? Exactly. Yeah, there's a time and place for everything. But when you have an advantage, you should always be aggressive. I wouldn't put the portal there. I mean, I guess you don't really have an option, huh? What I would have done was I would have flipped it. So that way when they walk forward, they walk backwards. What you did was you basically put it into like a death zone where if they hop out, you know, they're kind of just screwed. So I would have definitely popped it this way so that if they walk out, they're in cover, they can do whatever they want. Nothing crazy major, but just keep that in mind. Not a lot of people are smart enough to say, let me go behind the... So if you flip it, they have no option other than to go forward, which is behind technically, you know? I feel like that was just like overtime jitters. Everybody's just trying to fight constantly. Nothing to do with you. Let's keep pushing. I wouldn't waste portal like that because you don't know if you'll need it. Meanwhile, I'm wasting portals in the middle of the map. You just never know. I wouldn't waste it in the front like that, though. Very good retreating, but there's not really much you can do. You guys just got run down. So dealing with the poke comp, oh, you already swapped. Dealing with the poke comp is very, you have to be very deliberate about where you're standing and why. If you are too close, you don't really have anywhere to run. So you need to make sure that you're at a good distance where that you can just straight use cover and you're not going to get pushed out of it as soon as you turn the corner. You were really far up, so it did make you have to continuously back up, which you did really well, but obviously ultimately you got KO'd. So because the thing is a lot more squishy nowadays, you're going to have to really hug them walls. You see how you kind of went out in the open? You might be like, oh, poppin', I was hugging the wall and I still got KO'd. Why? Nobody can see you. So when you're choosing to hold spots, you really have to think about the line of sight before you hold them. You also have to think about what happens in the next few seconds. Should I get pushed? What happens? Where do I go? What do I do? Right? A lot of your gameplay, at least for what we see right now on defense side, is like, I'm only thinking about what happens now. Should I get pushed? I'm not thinking about what happens later. Should I get pushed? Think a few seconds down the line, just in case, so that way you know what to do. A lot of what you do is like, well, I'm caught out. I guess I'm just going to have to fight to the end, when you could have already set yourself up. Could have already set yourself up in that. Even if you catch people slipping, though, would you rather catch a few KOs at the start of the match, or would you rather win the round? If you waste that portal at the beginning and your teammate could use it, but you burned it already, it'd be back up for your teammate, but it wouldn't be back up for you. That would suck, wouldn't it? It's just something to think about. Is that your C and D, bro? What is she doing? I mean, what is Gambit? Your whole entire team is wilding. Let me be honest with you. And now we just got KO thirsty. We got real thirsty. Are you solo tanking? Is your Thor AFK? Like, what? No. What's going on? Bro. What is happening? I don't... Bro, your whole entire team is... I mean, it's not even like just one person is causing mistakes. Everybody is a problem. You see why I called them out? I mean, it's not even just them, though. We shouldn't get into an echo chamber. You know, you shouldn't... Everybody's having problems here. Your whole entire team, including you, is like... There's a lot going on here. It seems like nobody's on the same page at all. Like, someone is always picked every time. We to fix this, we need to just breathe for a second, because this has been happening for like 3 minutes. We need to breathe, let everybody get KO'd, and regroup, because there's way too much happening right now. I know you are not trying to melee this dude 3 stories high. Murray, my mans. We're not going to talk about it. You're going to say Pop and I went diamond form to take less damage. Don't give me that. Don't give me that when you got a shield. Yeah, all it is just Stagger Central. It's not even like anybody sucks at this point. It's literally just everybody is doing something. We need to just come back as a team and play together. It's way too much happening. This happens in my games too. You have some of these matches where there's just everybody's all over the place, man, and you cannot breathe. But the best way you do is you just sit. You ping back and you just sit, man. That's crazy that nobody saw that. Like someone's always literally someone is KO'd every second. Like actually, this is the most bloodbath of a 53 KOs on one person? Huh? Bro, what rank is this? That is 39, 43, 53, 47, 34, 24, 31, 20, 28. What are these? These are high numbers, bro. There is way too much fighting. Someone is always picked. Someone is legit always picked. That is the only reason why we're losing. Someone is always picked. There is no, like, look at this graph. Look at all these dashes. Someone is picked every few seconds. Barely any breathing room. Whether it's your team or theirs. Pick. That's all this was. That's all this was. I mean, that cloak and dagger play was a bit sus, but realistically, all it was just we never got our footing. It is unfair, and you know I'm all for blaming cloak and dagger players, but it is unfair to say that this game was lost because of that one player. It is totally unfair because it's definitely not true. It's not true at all. This game, there's way too many KOs. I would have just stopped for a second and pinged them back. Get back on your feet. That's all that it was. Like right here, there's a little bit of breathing room here. Did we get back together? Okay, we're kind of together. What happened? Was this the one where we just go crazy? Yo, Thor is just... This is why we never saw him, by the way. This guy is playing Assassin Thor. I didn't even know that was a class, but I guess it is. This dude just... What is going on? This game? What are you doing? Why are you following this guy? What is happening? Bro. This one. Like, we need more damage, first of all. We need 2 DPS. We don't have enough damage. Oh, and then that's why we went over here. So it's not even like the C and D player was quote unquote bad. She's just following the Thor. So maybe they're pre-made. I mean, I don't think she should have followed the Thor regardless. That was weird. But it was definitely because of him. And then you went on the C and D because she was overextended, I guess. And then he went on you because you're overextended, I guess. Bucky's over here KO'd. Invisible Woman is over here fighting for her life. What is happening? This is the most clown fiesta game I have seen in a long time. Like, and I say that with respect because it's not even like anybody did anything bad. But what is actually happening right now? Like, what is happening? Magneto over here shooting this guy in the back. Cloak and Dagger. What is happening? Okay. What I'm going to say is, to prevent that from happening again, you need to make sure that everybody regroups. And the easiest way to do this is to just sit back and ping back. Type it if you want. If you're on comm, say it if you want. But this entire, that was a lot. That was way too much happening. There was not any pauses. Just someone's always doing something after something after something after something. And that's the hard part about games like that is it's hard to tell who's doing quote unquote bad. And it's also hard to learn from that because it's not like it's a you problem. It's everybody's situation. That was ridiculous. Like, what rank was that? Surely you guys are on comms. Right? Like surely you guys were on comms talking to each other. And there was a lot of yelling. Cause I can't see how if everybody was not on comms, how we play like this. It was platinum. Platinum 1. That's crazy. I mean, I can't even say it's my first time seeing it because it's not. I've seen it in my rank too. There's some games where it just feels like, bro, what are we even doing anymore? Oh, okay. You were literally all arguing on it in chat about the cloak and dagger. That's probably why. Everybody wanted someone to blame, so it just seemed like that would be the right person to blame. But objectively, that was not your cloak and dagger's fault. Like objectively, clearly, that wasn't their fault at all. Like at all. Honestly, I don't think I usually flame my supports. Well, I don't usually flame in general. I don't type unless it's really passive aggressive. So you don't really know that I'm flaming you, but I don't generally get upset at my supports unless they ult wrong. But anything else, I don't care what they do. Because usually it's all right. So if you find yourself hyper fixating, not even just you, but your team hyper fixating on someone's playstyle, it's probably because we're not playing well ourselves. But in that game specifically, I wouldn't say you were doing anything wrong, Murray. I just think that you would have to just make everybody relax. Because that was just too much. There was way too much. Just way too much. I'm going to let you guys vote. I'm going to do a vote here. We're going to do a poll. Do you guys want to see Doctor Strange quick play? Or do you guys want to see Moon Knight ranked? That'll be the next review. It'll be our last review as well. Which one do you want to see? Go ahead and vote on YouTube. I'll give it like 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes. Like 5 to 10 seconds. I do not flame my supports for just small stuff. Oh, positioning. Okay, if they walk out and they're in melee range, I'll flame them. I'll flame them if they do that. But like, come on, what are you doing? But I typically don't really care what they do. It's not my problem. I've been trying to calm myself after that cluster after starting the review with the use of cover. It was good. The first round was actually really solid. Murray, you did play that first round really solid. I liked it. I don't remember why we lost. Oh, we lost towards the end. It was fine. It was solid. The second round was just where everything was all weird. That was it. But the first round was super solid. I think the first round was super solid. This is why I don't use comms. Comms with nothing to help in that game. Clearly. Murray said it was just chat, though. Were you on comms or were you just using the text chat? I had comms in the game. It was for like 10 seconds, just for the heck of it. Everyone went silent. Some people do say that some people don't use comms. Plat's not this bad, man. If everybody's like arguing about one player being bad, usually it just throws everything off. We can catch you in 4K on stream? Nah. All right, you guys are done with the poll. I'll do Moon Knight. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. All right. Here's what Nash says. We did see a lot of tank today. All right, so here's what Nash says. This is my only full DPS game I played in comp this season, so mechanics and positions probably aren't the greatest. There were times I caught myself walking down main with my team and thinking, what am I doing here? I should be on high ground or off angle, but I don't want to give up pressure or use cooldowns to reposition right now. That's funny. I get like that sometimes too, but that's funny. How do I know when is a good time to go for an off angle and when I'm fine staying with the team? Good question. Mostly, I want to make sure I'm not a liability if I feel DPS. Also, just ignore the self-destruction moment early in the match. It never happened. Okay. That's a good question, though. So that answer is pretty simple, but it is a good question. And really, you're just thinking about the setup, right? There's 4 stages generally. You have the setup, right, where you get into position for it. You have the pre-fight where we're poking each other. You have the full fight where we just fight to the last man. Then we have the cleanup. Whatever team's starting to lose, you just finish them off, rinse and repeat. So that'll be when you position. Generally, you don't reposition that often during the fight unless you have to. But we will see. I need to play more DPS myself because I've only been playing support and tank due to the new heroes coming out. So I need to get some of that rust off. I played Bucky during the stream, but I could definitely feel I need to get the rust off. Like I know what to do in my head, but my fingers aren't connecting. All right, so right now we're in the pre-fight phase. Unknown Queen hit GM? Let's go. I feel like you told me this already, though. Am I crazy? I try to remember everything, but I feel like you told me this before. It was Diamond. Oh. Nice. Nice. Congrats on GM. Congrats on GM. Yeah, I was like, I remember you saying something about it. See, I don't forget you guys. I'm not one of those streamers that ignores you or forget you. I try to remember. I try to see you guys as each individual person. Here we're in the pre-fight phase, right? So nothing really happens. You can go up here if you want. You can reposition if you want. You can do whatever you want. Nothing happens. So go nuts. Once you hit into the pre-fight phase, it might be a little bit more sketch. So this is fine. You see, you did it without even realizing it. You set up. Look at you. You did it without realizing it. Phoenix probably did it without realizing it as well. She set up. Right? We do it, but we don't realize it. But if you can understand when it happens, you know when you shouldn't be fighting and when you should. We do a lot of this stuff subconsciously. The goal is to just do it actively. Or consciously, I guess. Actively is not the right word. You should have just been lighting up this store. Don't know why you're shooting past him. You're the DPS. Get out that tank mindset. Light that dude up. There's no way he should have survived. So yeah, you should be up here. You should be up here. We're still in the pre-fight phase. Nobody's really doing anything. We got out the setup phase, but we're in the phase where like nothing's really happening. That's also the phase where you can go reposition and take your angles and whatnot. Once the fight happens, you need to just be present at all times, but nothing's really happening right now. So you can go. Oh, you went all right, but you went out the match. You're going to go to the right? Okay. Gaming. Oh, no. Wait, I actually just thought you were going to hook instead of double jump. We're not going to talk about it. You're not going to talk about it. I remember I did that too. I was playing Cap and I didn't realize I didn't have a cooldown and I just jumped off the map. I was like, well, I'm tired. Okay. So you got back to the fight. The fight's already happening, right? Um You don't really have a lot of time to reposition anymore. Yeah. I was ready for the hook too, Murray. I tried not to laugh more and get back to the point, but as soon as Murray said that, I couldn't hold it. Yeah, I was definitely trying for the hook too. Oh my god. You thought the jump was enough? It looked like it did. It looked like it was, but... Oh man. But yeah, the fight's already taking place, so you don't really worry about repositioning. When it comes to using your Moon Knight ult, you put the Moon Knight ult to where they're going, not necessarily where they are, because they'll just walk out of it. Just minor stuff. Minor stuff. You could double jump that. I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure you can make that jump, so you should just reposition. If you can't make it, you can touch this. And then you can just hop up there. But I'm pretty sure you can clear that. But I don't know because I haven't tried it in forever. Again, just kind of reposition. You could fight and reposition at the same time. You know, just walk in with it. I know it seems kind of spooky, but you have a lot of tools to just leave, so it's okay. Nice. Again, you can fight and still reposition. The thing is, when you fight, you don't always have to sit there and you don't always have to sit there in the same location the entire fight. Move around. This character can move around a lot. Don't be afraid. Oh, you're onking there. I mean, I know you can't see her realistically, but I would throw it anyway. Nah, you should have tossed that onk. You should have tossed that onk, dog. You get like 3 KOs in there right now. Throw it, throw it. Okay. Yeah, my mans. That should have been happening 2 seconds ago. Hey, Psylocke doing Psylocke things. Invisible trying to fight you. Oh god. Yeah, you gotta, yeah. You're on the ground a little bit too much. The thing is, you're not necessarily playing bad, but you can get so much more accomplished. That's all. Try to throw the onk behind them or throw it in a really freaking weird spot. So you could have accomplished the same goal, but you would have got a KO if you threw it here. Look at it. We'll look at it like we're the fly on the wall, right? If you were able to throw the onk right here, right? And they're walking back because they will. How hard is it for them to not only have to look at the freaking onk, but run away? What is your mindset? As soon as you get hit with an onk, or as soon as you get hit with damage, what do you think? You think, I'm gonna back up, but you put the onk right behind them. So they get KO'd. What you're doing right now is you're just throwing the onk here, and it gives them it allows them to just leave or destroy it. But when you throw it in really crazy spots like that, they have to think about where it even is. Then they have to think about how they even run away from it. Then they have to think about, should I run away or hit it? All of that chaos comes from just putting the onk in a really weird position. This is how I know you're a baby Moon Knight player, because baby Moon Knight players always throw it in the same spot like that. Put it behind. Put it where they're going. Put it where they're going. I wouldn't even ult until the fight starts, though. Your stuff is very easy to avoid. Don't look for heals from supports. Just look for heals from the health pack. There's one in here. Just grab the health pack and get back up. As a DPS, you should always know where the health packs are. I'm not saying you don't. I'm pretty sure you do know it's there, but you're not a tank, so go grab it real quick and then continue to fight. Nice. If you want to be real, you could definitely get into some really, really crazy places with this character. So what you could do is you could probably like jump onto this, right? And then double jump and float over here. And then you got a crazy spot. That's what you're thinking about. Moon Knight is such a freaking weird character, but that's all you're thinking about. Is like, where can I be? That is the most weirdest spot ever. And that's where I want to be. If you think like that, I promise you your Moon Knight gameplay will skyrocket. I don't know what it is, but I had to trick my brain. Because I try to get in the most logical places. And I'm like, bro, that's Moon Knight. Moon Knight doesn't care about logical. Bro, just get in some strange places. Like, honestly, you could just jump up here and be chilling. And nobody even knows. And you chilling. And as soon as they walk by, you light them up. The character is so stupid. This is how you play this character. It's such a weird freaking character because he can get into anywhere. Like a cat. He's like a cat getting into all the stuff they shouldn't be able to get into, yet they somehow manage. That's what Moon Knight is, bro. MK stands for Moon Kitty. Changed my mind. The dude literally can go wherever he wants. You're kind of getting it. Still too logical. Still too logical. You need to get into some weird spots, man. It's way too logical. You got to get into some crazy spots. Crazy. Like, just think about wherever you are. Crazy. You can come over here. Come over here. Remember, this is all your setup phase. Come over here. You can snatch yourself up and sit right here on this ledge. I believe you can. You'd have to test it, but I'm pretty sure you can. And then just wait. Maybe you can. I'm pretty sure you can. Don't try it unless you're safe, because I feel like I'm probably steering you in the wrong direction. But yeah, something like that. There's obviously a ledge here, though. You can just walk here and wait. Tell me that Squirrel Girl isn't one banged right now. Tell me if you went up here, this Squirrel Girl is not one shot. Bro, I'm trying to tell you, he is so freaking weird. You're thinking too logical. The problem with being logical is like the higher you get, the more they know. This is why Moon Knight's a problem, because he's so weird. You can't predict this guy. So the goal is to be unpredictable. That way nobody knows what you're doing. Yeah, I don't think your Ankh usage is bad. I don't think how you're playing is bad at all. I just know you can be way more creative. And that's what you should be looking to do. Yeah, Moonhead's busted. Like, so busted right now. Again, better, but be creative. Hop over here. Net yourself, or slingshot yourself over here with the hook. As soon as they start walking, boom, double KO. It is so dumb how he can get from point A to point B so easily, bro. Like, it's actually crazy. When you get to that level, you know you're playing some good Moon Knight. Cause like, look where they would be standing. That's a double kill. That's a double KO right there. You telling me if you weren't up here, that ain't a bro. Easy money. And you could have gotten over there by being Batman. Boom, boom, boom. Don't play when you're playing characters like Moon Knight. Don't play Marvel Rivals, bro. Play a different game. You playing Arkham Knights when you play Moon Knight. When you play Spider-Man, you're playing the Spider-Man games. Like, some of these characters just do not play by the same rules at all. If you're playing Psylocke, you're playing Naruto. It's not it. Well played. Have a good night, Chaos. Thanks for being here. I know it's really late for you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for staying. All right, now we're playing on defense. The same exact thing. Yeah, I know you're usually here till it's super late. Don't let me keep you up from sleeping. You can always watch the replay. I worry about being the DPS that is overextending and taking fights without my team. Well, you would wait. You would wait until the intention isn't on you anymore. Moon Knight's kind of like a ranged diver. If you're playing a dive character, you're not just going in there instantly, right? You're waiting for some commotion. It's the same thing with Moon Knight. He's just a range version of it. That guy said he took that personal. Same thing. Go up here, double jump, and you in here. Well, float, obviously. And look, after the thing goes down, because they're looking at the commotion, right? Not you. You literally close this gap. You telling me you're not one-shotting right here? 1, 2. You telling me that's not a double KO? You know how many double KOs you would have gotten so far? You'd be going crazy. But that's the trick. You got to wait for the commotion. You got to wait for all that crazy stuff to start popping off, and then you can play the way that you want to play. So DPS players that tend to overextend aren't overextending because they're technically overextending. What they're doing is they're just like that. They're playing without the team being present. They're playing when they shouldn't be. That's all that it is. Even right there, you weren't technically overextended, but it looked like it. Yeah, that mag took it personal. That mag was like, yeah, it's me and you. It's me and you, buddy. This skin is clean, by the way. What? What is Emma doing? You okay? Why is she here? What is Gambit doing? What's going on? What did I just watch? Is Emma still over there? No, she got the safety. What happened? Y'all were going on a rocket ship, zooming through the sky. Little Einsteins, bro. Y'all were going on a trip. Oh my god, that was hilarious. What was that? It's like nobody had a plan. It's like nobody had a plan, bro. But we just went. Oh my gosh. Oh my lord. See you later, Unknown Queen. Congratulations again, hitting Grandmaster. Congratulations, congratulations. Oh man, that was hilarious. You see how you're getting shot? It's not because you're out in the open. It's because you're fighting a little bit too early. Just wait like a half a second to a second and you'll be all right. Vince put me out of position, then all of a sudden my teammates are joining me. Yeah, I don't know what the play was there, but that was so funny. A little trick to get used to your openings is try to only fight. This is just like a way to practice. I don't think you should do it in a real match because you'll lower your damage output. But just as like a way to practice, only fight when you have an onk. This is gonna let you subconsciously realize that every onk is very important to you, and you're gonna think every time you use one, it's a waste. And so you're gonna try to get them the perfect throws rather than just kind of throwing it out willy-nilly. It also will let you be able to think before you act, so you'll be able to reposition a lot more. So it's just like a little practice that you can do with it. I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't do it in ranked. I would do it in quick play, just every now and then, and only play around it. Like you see here, let's just say, okay, my onk is down. Well, you should be thinking about where can I stand next? Where can I go next? Instead of doing what you're doing now, which is just kind of throwing. This isn't necessarily bad, but it's just a really good way to get into that mindset of what I told you about, just being in weird spots all the time and repositioning all the time and people not knowing. You do it between your onk throws. And you also will never waste your onks because you'll always be looking to throw them at the right time. They brought out the Hulkinator? Yeah, that guy's crazy. I don't know what he was trying. I feel like some people think the Hulk is like some tanky beast. That character is so squishy. I mean, he's tankier than Cap, but he's squishy. And you see how you're still fighting in the same spot? Every time you use your Ankh, just relocate. Go somewhere else. You basically want to be unpredictable. You don't want them to know, like, oh, Moon Knight's over there. Okay, next fight, pay attention to Moon Knight. You want to be in these weird places where they can't really predict or wait or fight to you. Like, they, confuse them like crazy. Like I said, though, it's a really weird mindset to get into. And it's not normal gameplay. So don't feel bad if you feel like you're not doing that right now. It's very abnormal. It is not a normal style for DPS. He's solo ult mag, bro. A little trick with Moon Knight as well. His damage is less when you bounce it off the Ankh. So the trick that you want is to actually hit the target, let it bounce off the Ankh, and then hit the target again. That's how you do more damage. Unless they patch that out, because I know I missed the season. They could have. But if they didn't patch that out, that's how that works. It doesn't do 100% damage because you threw it. So if you want to one bang somebody, you throw the Ankh, but you hit the target, and then it just bounces off the Ankh and hits the target. It's obviously easier to throw it at the Ankh because it doesn't move. But if you can get really good at Moon Knight to the point where you can aim at the target, it'll do way more damage. Especially if you can headshot. It's a wrap. But you notice a lot of your gameplay is I throw the Ankh, I throw out the Ankh. Well, throw the Ankh, throw out the target. It's very hard to do, though. I respect Moon Knight players that play like that, because it is a little rough. I tried using the ult as area denial and push people out of position. That's a good way to use them, too. He has very creative usage for his ults. You don't always have to use it for KOs. But I would try to use this kit a lot more when it comes to already stuff happened, like in a chaotic moment. Okay, that was our last ones, ladies and gents. I just wanted to try to get through a lot more because I know the season is resetting. I might stream again later, but I won't if I feel too drained. So I'm gonna give myself like an hour break and see, do I feel like playing tonight or not? If I do, then you'll obviously see me come back. If I don't, then that's because I was too drained and I didn't feel like it. I still need to exercise today, so maybe I'll do that. Take a shower, see how I feel after that, and then go from there. That's probably what I'll do. Season 6 is on. Temporarily reformed. Oh, it's only temp. That was a lot of reviews. Yeah, it was. For those of you who stayed for the entire stream, I appreciate it because that was a lot of stream. So we're playing DPS. I have to stop thinking like a tank and a logical player and listen to the chaos of the moon. Honestly, yeah. It's like Spider. It's like you don't actually play Spider-Man like a DPS. You play Spider-Man like Spider. You play Panther like Panther. Nah, Panther's a little bit more of a technical DPS, like a little bit more of a straightforward one. But Spider is far from it. That sounds crazy. I mean, you play Angela. You know you don't play tank, you play Angela. Like some of these characters literally just aren't designed to play normal. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna call it. Like I said before, I might stream a little bit later on tonight. If I do, you'll see that pop up. I'll ping it in Discord, of course. But if not, thank you guys for watching. We had a great stream. I'm glad I could get through so many reviews. Until next time, you know what I always say. They got you doing what? Popping often. Well, often. Peace, peace. Late, late. It was a pleasure streaming for you. Yes, cheese and crackers. What?